Where am I? Oh, that's such an existential question. We're here in Austin, Texas at Palm Social Card Club. This came to be through a relationship that I kind of accidentally developed with Sam back in 2017. We actually both went super deep in the little one for one drop.
I played with him late, closing down the day. Day 3, there were 3 tables left, and we played down to 2 tables. And for like the last hour and a half, I got moved to his table. No idea who he is. And I'm talking to some friends of mine who are sweating my action, and they're just like, hey, steer clear of that guy.
I was pretty much chip leader from like 3 tables down. I had by the time we made the final table, I had like half the chips in play.
I'm sitting with probably 60 or 70 bigs. I mean, I'm not in bad shape either. I'm really good shape. All my friends are calling me in the morning that like, just chill. You don't have to do anything, just chill. That's not how I play.
All right, Sam, so you just went all in blind and wake up with a magic hand. How do you do it?
I'm honestly the best player in the world.
Hold!
I believe I ended up knocking Sam out like 7th or 8th.
That is not how I play. I've done a lot of work with traveling vloggers and poker star celebrity types. But what we're putting together here,
Kind of switched this place over a little bit from a PLO exclusive card house to a no limit card room too. Where am I? Oh, that's such an existential question. We're here in Austin, Texas at Palm Social Card Club. This came to be through a relationship that I kind of accidentally developed with Sam back in 2017. We actually both went super deep in the little one for one drop.
I played with him late, closing down the day. Day 3, there were 3 tables left, and we played down to 2 tables. And for like the last hour and a half, I got moved to his table. No idea who he is. And I'm talking to some friends of mine who are sweating my action, and they're just like, hey, steer clear of that guy.
I was pretty much chip leader from like 3 tables down. I had by the time we made the final table, I had like half the chips in play.
I'm sitting with probably 60 or 70 bigs. I mean, I'm not in bad shape either. I'm really good shape. All my friends are calling me in the morning that like, just chill. You don't have to do anything, just chill. That's not how I play.
All right, Sam, so you just went all in blind and wake up with a magic hand. How do you do it?
I'm honestly the best player in the world.
Hold!
I believe I ended up knocking Sam out like 7th or 8th.
That is not how I play. I've done a lot of work with traveling vloggers and poker star celebrity types. But what we're putting together here,
Kind of switched this place over a little bit from a PLO exclusive card house to a no limit card room too. Where am I? Oh, that's such an existential question. We're here in Austin, Texas at Palm Social Card Club. This came to be through a relationship that I kind of accidentally developed with Sam back in 2017. We actually both went super deep in the little one for one drop.
I played with him late, closing down the day. Day 3, there were 3 tables left, and we played down to 2 tables. And for like the last hour and a half, I got moved to his table. No idea who he is. And I'm talking to some friends of mine who are sweating my action, and they're just like, hey, steer clear of that guy.
I was pretty much chip leader from like 3 tables down. I had by the time we made the final table, I had like half the chips in play.
I'm sitting with probably 60 or 70 bigs. I mean, I'm not in bad shape either. I'm really good shape. All my friends are calling me in the morning that like, just chill. You don't have to do anything, just chill. That's not how I play.
All right, Sam, so you just went all in blind and wake up with a magic hand. How do you do it?
I'm honestly the best player in the world.
Hold!
I believe I ended up knocking Sam out like 7th or 8th.
That is not how I play. I've done a lot of work with traveling vloggers and poker star celebrity types. But what we're putting together here,
Kind of switched this place over a little bit from a PLO exclusive card house to a no limit card room too. Where am I? Oh, that's such an existential question. We're here in Austin, Texas at Palm Social Card Club. This came to be through a relationship that I kind of accidentally developed.
live at the Palms. How you guys doing here? It is 5:10, no limit tonight here at Palms Social. Hope you had a fantastic weekend as we get underway. Mike Gamblett here with Aaron McInnes.
How are we doing, Mike?
As we are ready to go here, we've got actually a fantastic lineup here for 5:10. I'm great, by the way. It is, what a weekend in sports, what a weekend in life. It was just so much stuff going on between college football, NFL, boxing, baseball. It is the best time of year as we enter into fall, and the action is going to be just as much the same here on the Field of Dreams as... All right, so we see we've got Trey, we've got Pierre, got Jeff, we've got Rhonda, we've got Jaywin. Let's see, who else? We got Esther here in the house. And some names I'm clearly, forgetting here as well. But this, Sammer's here, I think, as well. Fantastic lineup here for 5:10 No Limit. So, all right, as we see the scenes happening in the background, a nice night for us here. We got a bunch of tables also happening here at Palms. You get into any of these games here today?
No, I've actually taken a week off. It's been really nice. I had my birthday this past weekend. Got to go visit some friends, have some good food, and
oh,
visit
happy
the fam.
birthday, man. I'm
Appreciate
sorry I
it.
didn't see it. It's been a blur of existence for the last 48, 72 hours.
Oh, yeah.
So many things happening at once. So if you would like to wish Aaron a happy birthday as well, you can smash that like button for us. It's an immediate way to show your gratitude for a life well lived so far. So we're going to get underway here shortly. Not sure what the holdup is at the moment, but once we get rocking and rolling, we will have some 5:10 No Limit, some deep stacks, some very big games here as... All right. Also, got some of our links in the description. Check us out on palmsocialclub.com. Got a free roll coming up here on Thursday with a $1,500 added to the prize pool. So I think we wound up having $3K in that this past Thursday. Be doing that again, 7 o'clock. Again, $20 admin fee, $20 rebuys, and there we go. We got Mr. John G here with a raise up here to 75, and Doug here in the house. He's been on the stream. And we've got Jeff. See if anybody has a playable hand here on the first open, as does not look like it. As Mr. John G going to be able to get this one through. Invite us to hit us up here in the chat. We got Jazzbo Poker. Says hello, poker people. Looking forward to a good game. It's also says happy birthday, Aaron. Well, there you go. There's the first of hopefully many more.
Nice to see you, Jazzbo. We actually had him in town a few weeks ago up for the tournament series that was in town. Nice to see him.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably been good to, as much time as you put into it sometimes to... I know there's so many players that just get so addicted to playing, and, if they're on the upswing, they want to keep going. If they're on the downswing, they want to kind of just fight their way through it, and... I don't know. I like to think of that part of balance is finding the moments to grind through and finding the other moments to just say, you know what? Let me take the foot off the gas here a little bit.
Yeah, I'm actually heading into Vegas next month to do the little 1-for-1 drop and probably some cash games. So I felt now was as good a time as any to try and take a break prior to putting in 10 to 14-hour days over in Vegas. So.
It is the calm before the storm.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I've seen a lot of people getting out there to play out in the series. We got a 3-bet off the $75 open. Doug had racer here in the hijack with ace of clubs, 8 of spades. Trey seeing a pretty wide field out of the small blind. And he is actually just going to be able to take this down pre.
We got some deep stacks here to start. Everyone in that hand had at least 6,000. This is a 5-10 game. And I'm expecting a lot of straddles and plenty of big pots coming. I know I saw Jaywin sitting down just after the stream started, so we'll be getting him in shortly. And yeah, it's gonna be an action table. That's all I can.
Yeah, we have become so accustomed to seeing the game played a certain way in the Austin and Central Texas streets that, this is the kind of lineup that you want that is going to have some very thought-provoking play, that is going to be, a little bit more advanced than just mash pot, boom, boom, boom. Here we go to the river, like, and then that 3-bet in particular there is a sign of an experienced player, because I think you'll get into some other games and people just elect the flat and trade. Got a style of his own, electing just to try to apply the hammer early. All right, let's get here to our next hand here, live with the pawns. As we did get what looks like an open here by John G.
It looks like 5-10, no straddle this hand. Raised to 50, a call. Jeff 3-bets to 150 from the hijack, ace-9 of diamonds. We prefer slightly deep. We prefer a little bit bigger, but it's a good hand, like the choice. And I expect John to call, and curious to see how Doug proceeds.
He's here to get splashy, so here we go. There's going to come out Queen 5-3 with 2 spades. Does not really connect with anybody, so most likely get checked to the pre-flop 3-better, and Jeff. Now going 250. Yeah, not much happening there. I mean, it's all of it pretty standard for the most part. Maybe John can float in that spot, but you're definitely just never feeling like any turn card that arrives is going to be something that you feel extremely excited about.
Yeah, out of position 3 ways, it's definitely a hard continue. And it just shows aggression pays off. I'm like, keep reaching it to the end of time. Jeff's just able to 3-bet pre and pick up 2 calls, and that's all it took. Easy money.
Then we're here at Palm Social in Austin, Texas, 9070 Research Boulevard. You can follow us on Instagram at Palm Social 512 and Facebook as well. As well, we've made some tactical changes, a few upgrades, so you know we feel like we're going to be pretty rock solid start to finish here tonight. So, knock on wood, our crew behind the scenes working hard to try to enrich, and now we've got a couple of parts that arrived that have made a pretty big difference. So now I think we set sail out to the streaming world as a more of a mainstay here at this point. But we need people like you smashing that like button and hit subscribe. We're at 736 subscribers. Once we get to 1,000, a whole world opens up for us to help grow the stream. And we are going to go heads up, John G flopping top pair trade, whiffing on this completely. Some backdoors that could potentially make a hand out of it, but John way ahead and more opportunity to even improve his hand as well. So hard drawn out here for Trey. John here with the gut shot, here to go along with his pair, and
John's actually going to take the lead here, 275 into, what was that, 285, something like that? So about a pot-sized bet. Trey just going to call in position.
The biggest believer in Bitcoin I know, and his hand has gone to the moon here as he's come out backdoor hearts. John G betting 500, and we'll likely see a river raise. There it is.
Is that 1,400? Oh, 1,900. Chunky size raise. And John's gonna make the fold.
And awfully quickly, too. No reason to tank. Not too many hands I think Trey can raise there that he could feel like, okay, I'm beating here in this spot. I mean, Queen Jack's never doing that.
Yeah.
King Nine's never doing that. Maybe a set sometimes would, but I just, hey, disciplined fold by John is quickly picking up his hand was absolutely worth zilch. So, all right, we also got daily high hands happening. Daily no limit hold'em and pot limit Omaha high hands. Pay out to 10 o'clock, prize of $100. So if you've had the high hand of the day, block out with an extra $100. Also got our quads promo going too as well. And if any quads and no limit hold'em, that is a free monthly membership. here at Palm Social. And really, I mean, if you're never had the opportunity to stop down here and take in the most beautiful room in Austin, well, we give you the opportunity for a free 1-month membership, 3 hours of free play.
There we go. We got Jaywin sitting down, putting the straddle on it. Doug opening king queen offsuit to 75. Sammy calling in the cutoff with the same hand. John finding the call with sixes, and Jaywin gonna complete with ace 7 off. 4 players, 305 in the middle. 983 Badoogie. And John's got most of the lion's share of the equity. We will see how it plays out. Sammy's just gonna fire pot 300, and I expect it to fold through unless John gets sticky.
He's getting sticky here. We'll narrow it down here to heads up. John hoping to see a little card turned, and Sammy might get the opportunity to free river. It is going to come at Jack, which will give Sammy a straight draw. And we'll throw it on a bet. It looks like 575 here, and this is just so many more hands Sammy can bet as a semi-bluff that now have kind of arrived, or nothing too exciting about it, but credit to Sammy there in that spot to fire the second barrel. You could perceive some 9x, you could perceive some 8x, but it's got the fold through as Jaywin now entering the game. You can follow him at Jaywin Poker, a soon-to-be vlogger. I think he had posted that's some of the stuff that he's been doing is in production, soon to be out there. Caitlin will be doing some vlogs, I think, there soon, so be on the lookout for that. Excited to see what J1 decides to toss into the content ring, because I know he's been kind of planning stuff for a while. So
yeah, if J1's going to commit to something, he is going to do it with a lot of quality and time invested. So I expect big things coming out of him whenever he decides to put the launch out.
All right, next hand.
Got no straddle on and folding around.
Pierre here with the raise up to 30. Tough of players, they come in these kind of games and fearless, very aggressive, very sound in thought and theory. So always a treat to try to watch him navigate some of these spots. Is John G just going to flat here out of the small blind. J1 also going to be in the mix when we go three ways. What do you got, J1? There it is. Chief price go 3 different directions. Will be top pair, top kicker here for John G. Pierre is going to check this back, and unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to generate much action unless Pierre decides to fire turn, which check twice is most assuredly going to happen.
And John G with the good check on turn is going to get him paid. He's potentially supposed to raise just because there's now 2 flush draws. Pierre could have turned some diamond draws that are more likely to call, especially when a hand as strong as ace king. And there's John throwing out a stack of greens that I don't believe he counted. Looks like 250, 225, and Pierre's going to find a quick fold. The not counting out your chips before you put them out is usually a sign.
All right, we're checking this out here on the Tempest Portal app at Palm Social. So we've got a 1-3 game, we've got a 1-2-5 game happening along with our 5-10 no limit game. So if you want to get on the list for any of these games as well, again, go check us out on the Tempest Portal app. And you can see what the heck is going on here 24/7. So, oh, what else? What else? Oh, we got a nice post of some of the pictures here from the players on the felt. Out on our live, out on our both our Facebook and Instagram. Check us out, Palm Social 512. All right. We're looking to hopefully have an all-time night here. I feel like we've been kind of due for a big no-limit game that could draw out the streaming streets. I know there's a lot of choice out there, but this should be the best of the bunch of the games that be streaming tonight.
So far, we are three-handed. Make that 4 as Jeff completes in the straddle. We've got 6s, ace 10, king 8 of hearts, and 10-4 off. 250 in the middle. Jack 5 deuce rainbow. We got, again, these pairs seem to just be staying strong on flop, but when you're multi-way, it's really hard to win. And Sammy's just gonna turn the massive favorite with a top pair. Pierre has a bit of equity with a gut shot and an ace. And Pierre's gonna put a bet out. Looks like 75. Seems like an appropriate size, 75 to 100. Winning these oh, he bets 175, I apologize. He's really trying to apply pressure to the field. I actually would have preferred something a little smaller, just for, if anyone's got a pair, they're gonna, or if anyone's got a king, they're most likely gonna call anyways, so smaller bets accomplish pretty similar outcomes. And on the river, Sammy gets to decide if his hand is worth a value bet. He checks back, and Pierre will lose at showdown.
Now we'll keep circling the waters here. We've had some big pre-flop 3 bets, but not any big hands or, oh my god, a $10,000 pot. Get the thumbnail ready for whatever the next highlight reel. That's why we invite you to subscribe. Be pumping out some more content, more best of, and things out here in the future to recap some of these other live streams. So, all right, got about 14 likes. Gary C, chat mainstay here joining us, saying, I swear those are the same chairs from Aria. I don't know. I've not been there. I can't verify. So, it's not there's never a bad thing to be compared to doing something the Aria is doing, right? Like that's
true.
I don't even want to be insulted.
Yeah.
Got the big cheese in the house and Rhonda. Rhonda's got a nice following, and
she's got a good personality. She's very likable.
And repping Texas always here with the Whataburger Cup too. So
She
does make for a great container for any mixed drinks out there, I suppose. Got KJ taking in some stew or maybe some soup back there. All right, here we go. Queen 9-9 here with 2 pair. Jeff Fox with nada. And that's not Jeff Foxworthy. That's just Jeff Fox. You might be, we're not going to go into the you might be a redneck well here tonight. If you like to 3-bet line and then C-bet flop, you might be a,
I haven't heard that name in a very long time. Good lord.
Yeah, that was a very 90s, like he had a show on ABC. It was actually one of the first comedians I ever listened to when I was like 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. So, now, I thought that was amusing at that age, and then as my taste matured, and then as I circle back going like, maybe that's telling me something here. The peak of Southern comedy here was only really enjoyable for me when I was in like 5th grade.
Yeah. He was definitely one of the first ones I got into, like the World Tour. I don't remember everyone that was a part of that.
He was legitimately funny. Like and not to take anything away, but there was that what do they call it, the Redneck Comedy Tour or something? It was like him, Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah, World Tour was one of their specials on Netflix. I can't remember. Ron
White is in a class all is like Ron White was the best of the bunch.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my introduction into stand-up. And
Okay, we have no jokes here right now. We've got top and bottom. I've got a 10 high flush draw.
Alright, we've got check, bet 115, and a raise from Trey with 2 pair to 420, as you do. Doug with a very quick call. Pot's already ballooned up to 1,000. And we've still got 6,000 behind on the side of Doug. We just picked up a gut shot on the Queen of Hearts turn. Trey gonna look to put in a big bet. Looks around 750. And it is Doug. Pretty easy call. And the river will be the interesting street from both parties.
All right, here we go. 2,500 built up here. Combo draw versus 2 pair. The 2 pair gets counterfeited here for Trey. So Doug could elect to really blast at this, but I don't know if he's going to create a price big enough to potentially trade. Doesn't maybe feel like this is a chop.
I think if Doug jams, that's when Trey starts thinking. But I think any other size, he's just going to side call it off.
Doug, not funny here with his 1.7k river bet. Actually, that is going to be putting Trey in as much of a predicament as possible.
Yeah, the biggest issue from his perspective is the Queen of Diamonds isn't out there. So he could have backdoored like Queen Jack or Queen 10 of Diamonds. Maybe even a hand like Ace Queen. I don't remember if it was raised pre. But yeah, there's multiple hands of trips that Trey now loses to. And even boats if he had a hand like Queen 9 of Diamonds. So it's not an easy call by any stretch. You're blocking some of the boats, which is good. But those potentially 3-bet the flop, so your hand is nothing special. It is just top 2 with a 9. But I think the benefit is that Doug will not likely bet like a worse king, like King Jack or King 10. He's representing a very strong hand of.
Yeah, it would seem to me more of those hands would check back in that spot because Trey can have them as well. So
I think Ace King is like the thinnest you get, and even then it's like kind of hard because Trey may sometimes checks a queen here himself.
well, maybe a little extra coffee might help the brain put this together now here for Trey. 1.7 river bet.
Getting a good price, 3 to 1. So we will see how it pans out.
Yeah, the heat is on, and he's going to show 1, and that's actually going to be an effective river here for Doug to bluff at. We'll see if he shows it. I don't think he did, but that was very well done there by Doug. All right, we got our boy Carlo in the chat is here. The chat is here. What's up, gang? People discussing Whataburger. Jaspo saying a drink from Whataburger is the only thing I get from that place. I tried them 4 times. I should have stopped after once. You know, I respectfully won't ban you from this chat, but I respect your opinion. That you know, hey, it's not always everybody.
I will say, over the years, Whataburger has gone down on my tier list. That's all I'm going to add.
Yeah, every time I go, if you want to get into a drive-thru, it does not matter what location is. I mean, it's going to take a half hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so I looked it up. It was the Blue Collar Comedy Tour.
There we
Bill
go.
Engvall, Ron White, Jeff Foxworthy, Larry the Cable Guy. God, those guys must have made just so much money on tour. So, all right. So I came into tonight in fantasy football being like, all right, as long as Jonathan Taylor doesn't have a big game, like I've got a chance. And literally, first couple of plays, 76-yard touchdown reception. So I think, well, it's an early night for me to just accept defeat.
That is unfortunate. On the bright side, there is no sweat. You just know you're doomed.
Still leading by 12 with Lamar Jackson and Jonathan Taylor. I think I'm drawing dead. So that's that's most likely. All right, Ace Jack. Here for Rhonda's gonna flop top 2. Jeff has flop bottom pair. E-Man.
Yeah.
Running on E right now is empty.
Yeah, and Jeff was the razor pre. It went Ronda's limp, Jeff ISOs from the button, and 2 calls. I expect Ronda to put in a decent size raise. It's like 600. And Jeff has all the options on the table. Lean, fold, call is also okay. Still some combo draws out there. Got a 4. Jeff drawing to a singular out, the last 6 in the deck. And Ronda's putting the pressure on, looks like 1,000. And Jeff, I think, can let this one go.
Yeah, there's not much hope there with that hand, because Gary C is saying I was going to go to the Whataburger in Jacksonville next time I go to Tampa. Now it seems to be being talked out of it. You know, I think if you go to one outside of the state, it's kind of like that theory what they have about In-N-Out, that if you go to a one in Texas versus you go to one in California or Vegas or anything, like there seems to be some kind of difference. I don't, you know, it's all garbage in, garbage out regardless, but that is why we love the Chop Pros here. We can turn anything into a discussion.
Yeah, the one time I tried it in Oklahoma, I was not impressed. But that also could just say a lot about Oklahoma. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately can't talk too much trash after that epic comeback on Saturday afternoon that I think is still
I was
leaving people a little salty, I'm sure, but
I was luckily not watching the game live, but I was following it a bit on the updates. And not what I was expecting to see. I'll just say that.
no, but it's that's the nature of the beast, and unbeaten.
Alabama's big upset.
Yeah, that was fun as hell to watch, and shout out to our boy Bryson. Bryson, the biggest A&M fan out there I know, so it's about time he had some sunshine in his life.
Yeah, that quarterback looks good. Don't know much about him, but he seemed to perform well in the clutch. And then
We've got Sammy with a raise out of the big blind after I think Doug opened, and then he just must have been a straddle out there to 20.
Yeah, it was at least 20.
All right, so there's Esther joining the game as well. Esther's on her ladies' night stream, had a big finish in a tournament up north here recently, and played our biggest PLO live stream as well. So out there being a crusher, happy to have her in the game. Jazz was saying yesterday the first 2 times I tried Whataburger was in Oklahoma, probably tainted my view.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's some evidence there to support your theory.
Yeah, the question I have now is In-N-Out in Texas as like similar to the one in California? Because that's what I've been told. Is In-N-Out's very good. I think it's very average. So I'm curious if the original is better.
Is it just like water? Is it the air? Is it is the meat different in some states? Like
any and all of the above.
It could be any number of different factors. So, E-Man. Speaking of that, I haven't heard from like E. McKenzie in a while. What's up with E? Is he around? Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he was actually out of town the past week, visiting some old friends in Florida. So.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, so he should be back around starting this week, next week. I know he's going to Vegas. We're going in early November, so we'll be doing that, and we'll see if he's back on the stream streets at some point.
I hope to see him here again. Maybe get him here in the commentary seats. I know it's just such a... People are going out to play specific events and different... traveling to Vegas for what's so weird to have it on the fall slate, but for obvious reasons, we are where we are. And Jasmine said he had In-N-Out in Vegas and it was quite nice, so I guess Vegas is close enough too there that maybe they're getting that pure... I know this is just one of those very triggering and tilting subjects for our audience. It's just, I have a lot of pride in the things that poison us for the most part.
Alright, I think we've got the action tracker lined up. We've got Pierre raising the cutoff, ace-5 of spades, Sammy in the small blind with the call, E-Man calling 10-6 in the big blind, and Rhonda going to make the call as well. Could squeeze here sometimes, try and thin out the field, but ace-5 of diamonds, very hard to go wrong. And Jack-10, 3 two-tone, no flush draw available in the field, and 10-6 is in the lead currently. I expect a check through, and on the turn king, there's some straight outs for both Pierre and Rondo. Not much overall. The 6-high flush draw is best in the field for E-Man. And River King allows Broadway for both Ronda and Pierre. E-Man gonna fire at it. Ronda with the quick fold. And I expect just a call from Pierre. And he folds. Alright then. Is the action wrong? Or is the card wrong? I'm confused.
Oh, what did we get? Okay.
Okay, the board is wrong. 10 was one of the burns, I think. Okay. Okay. It was Jack, Queen, King, King. There's no 10. Alright, so
Alright, well, we at least got that sorted out.
yeah, the action tracker was not fixed, unfortunately. Which makes a lot more sense in hindsight. I didn't expect both of them to fold Broadway.
Carlos saying I'm from Cali and in and out is overrated. Okay, well, that's a varying opinion. The only time I ever had it was in San Marcos, so, like, I just feel there's a lot of places here that are so similar. Like, you can go to, like, Pete Terry's is relatively the same as compared to In and Out as far as the size, menu, kind of style. Obviously, I think their fries are a little bit better, but that's, I've kind of cut that stuff out for the most part. So, if I just get some and I get the burger, I do not get all the other stuff. Like, it's just, ugh. Okay, is Pierre here with the raise up with ace queen, trade calling in the cutoff. E-Man thinking about a 3-bet potentially. He's going to do just that.
Pretty small here. Looks like 160, 165. Yeah, I prefer at least 250 with the depth of stacks and how big the open was. And I think Pierre is just going to continue. It's a relatively aggressive formation. I could see a 4-bet, but I think you prefer ace queen suited. Just better hand when you're playing these big pots. And when you're getting a good price, you may as well. So we are 3 ways, 515 in the middle. E-Man with the aggression pre. King 7-5 rainbow. E-Man flopping top, and a backdoor flush draw. And everyone else a bunch of nothing. So I expect this to go small C bet, fold. Yeah, we've got the just under 1/3 bet. And fold, yeah. Called that one like reading a book. Sometimes poker is easy. Sorry, continue.
Sometimes it's a very simple, straightforward game. It's sometimes you get put in some puzzling spots that completely rattle your brain and go, okay, what now? So that's, I think, kind of the fun part about it is you can have a hand that totally just warps your thinking to a degree that you're like, oh, wait a second. And I think once you go up in stakes, you'll see some more sophisticated spots sometimes. And okay, Gary says, Rhonda drinking spicy ketchup or Diet Coke. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, that spicy ketchup's got a nice kick to it. I was really proud of myself. I made some of my best batch of chili for me and my neighbors to enjoy this past Sunday. I have never been more prouder of myself, to be honest. I've done a lot of cool things in my life, but, once you feel like you've got the best chili recipe, then, my self-esteem went up like 5%, Aaron.
That's strong.
Yeah.
And you got to provide.
Yes.
You had to be a friend. You got to help facilitate a good time. All of it.
Yeah. That's the goal. give to the world. Francel asking, are these cash games? Yes.
Every table here tonight is a cash game. Got PLO. It looks like a 2-5 hold'em, and then obviously our mainstay 5-10 no limit hold'em on the stream. Trey ISOing pre-flop with king queen suited. Jeff going to limp call the 9-8. Flop a pair and lead for 125. Trey with 2 overs and some backdoors. Okay, sorry. 8-5 deuce. Not the jack. And turn queen gives Trey the lead. Jeff bets 175, so yeah, the board is 8-5 deuce, turn queen. We got 175 call. And waiting on the official river, because our jack is not on the board. Jeff deciding what to do. He checks. River is an ace of clubs. Looks like backdoor clubs got there. Trey with a small bet, 200. Jeff with the quick call. And Trey's going to be good. Pretty thin bet there from Trey. Ended up working out for him there, but yeah, when the ace comes on the river, backdoor flush, it can get a bit dicey.
As the clause, the law. It's been a fixture part of Palm Social Games. We have a fantastic group of hosts and servers, so if you're looking to get something, we can help you out. We're the only room in town that does this, that service that is unmatched in experience, and just a beautiful card room, intimate spot. But over 8 tables in the room, tons of TVs everywhere. There's nothing quite like being here when we've got a big game happening. So we've had some, post-stream, sweats of Monday Night Football that have been just superb, and looking forward to continuing to build on that week after week after week. Let's get to another hand. We got pure opening here with ace 10.
Alrighty, Pierre. Okay, with the $60 straddle. Wait. Okay, open. He was in the 40. And a call from Jeff. And Queen 8 deuce, 2-tone. Turn 9. And Jeff now going to fire out at it. Bets 100, call. Hopefully we can get that fixed.
Yeah, we should be loading up here pretty soon.
Yeah, we need to burn a little further away from the reader.
Yeah, that's one thing we're trying to reinforce to the dealers, that you don't know until you get in there just how sensitive a corner will be.
Yeah.
You can even think this is close enough, then all of a sudden just grazes it. So we've got pure winner chicken dinner as getting some links shared out here to the people. Appreciate you all joining us. We'd love it if you can help us grow our subscriber base. Hit the like. Once we get to 1,000, all of a sudden a ton of things open up for us to enrich your experience here on YouTube. So, Gary C, what's your favorite flavor of Bucky's beef jerky? I tried the Bohemian garlic, but couldn't eat more than a couple pieces at a time, even though it was quite delicious. I've not done a deep enough dive into the beef jerky world there. I usually like something with a little spice in it, so it's usually anything just like black pepper, blah blah blah. Got a girl Rhonda on the felt, also chat proing here with you, so we'll be streaming till at least 11 tonight, so still a ton in store for us. Here on Live at the Palm Social, Mike Template here with Aaron McInnes.
got early action. You've got the live 20 under the gun. Yeah, under the gun opens to 60. This may is it double straddled?
That's what it looks like.
All right, I'm gonna assume it's a live 60 and then a raise to the king with king queen to 200. Esther on the button gonna enter I think her first pot with pocket eights. And we've got some folds going around. Trey going to call. So now 4 ways. Yeah, 4 ways. Okay, sorry. Jeff snuck in there as well. Okay, sorry. It was 20, 60, 200. Okay, so no double straddle. There we go. And Sammy, who is a pre-flop aggressor, on the 10-7-5 rainbow board, going to bet 325 into just over 800. Esther gonna make the call with 8s. An open ender for Trey coming up, and a gut shot for Jeff. And we are going to see the turn 4 ways, with the equity split up massively amongst the field. And the turn 7, Esther is still best with her pocket 8s. And I expect this to check through. And so far, now it is on Esther. Pot is 2.1 thousand. She actually loads up a bet of 1,000. Puts it out there, putting the boys to the test. And I expect a fold from Jeff. Trey has a bit of a decision, but he actually folds. And Sammy with the fold as well. So nice from Esther.
Just doing really solid. The old steamroller 8 of spades. Does alright, we'll keep it going here live at Palm Social. Again, we are having our $1,500 added to the prize pool free roll on Thursday. Had over $3,000 in it, so I know there's a lot of folks out there. So boy, I know Palms is nice. I know they got these big games. I'm a tournament player. Well, here's your opportunity to come out with us here on Thursday, taking the room, taking the experience, and again, if you are a new member, you've not been here, well, we'll give you a free month and 3 free hours to go along with it. So if you want to dip on into the cash games, there you go. There's your opportunity. There's your window. Rhonda says she gave up a Diet Coke addiction. That's a tough one to kick, man. Diet Coke is... I've given up sugar for the most part. I mean, that's made such a huge difference, but obviously I would not be where I am today without the great help of C4, which I did have a can here somewhere, but apparently I must have either put down or left in my car. Unbelievable.
Hopefully you're able to make it.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to have to just rely on willpower, I guess, so.
Alright, we've got the live 40. Sammy with the call. E-Man raises to 325 with ace king of clubs. Just trying to take it down pre from the looks of it. And Jeff gonna make the call 5-3 offsuit. Pierre folds, Trey folds, and Sammy's gonna fold as well. 755 in the middle. Heads up. We haven't seen many of those tonight.
Not very.
And 3 of a kind for E-Man on the King-King-5 two-tone board. Jeff with bottom pair gonna lead for 200. And E-Man's looking his chops. Very deep with a very strong hand.
E-Man would be down to running 5 for quads. It's not going to happen, so.
And Jeff leading again. betting 4 into 12. I think E-Man needs to put in a raise here, try and get stacks in the middle. You got a strong hand. You're beat by next to nothing at this point, and you want to get some value for this hand.
Most likely we'll be over and done with here after this, but I mean, unless Fox really sits there and puts his opponent on some kind of combo draw that would include spades, no, and he's gonna get sticky with it. And oh wow, he's gonna do one better, try to go right back here at E-Man, and we see this is probably not going to drive him out, but all in. Ambitious stab here by Jeff that I guess maybe would have folded out some flush draws, but I'm unsure if that's a line that would be typically taken. But yeah, that's kind of the weird part about this game. Sometimes you can go under hunches and try to take random acts of aggression, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And thing at least I've noticed here about Jeff, he's very fearless, so he's not afraid to look silly at times, which I think can work out fantastically in different spots. Obviously, E-Man with a legitimate hand that has connected here, and this is just not the right move for the right time. Team Atris, does he really have 3-5 offsuit? I'm pretty sure of it. I think on the old stream we used to have a lot of problems with seat 1 and seat 10 just because of how it dealt, but I think the dimensions on this table are a little easier to avoid card rate errors in seats 1 and 2. I don't like to reflect on it too much, so it's just sort of like,
Yes, here we are. This is what we have to work with.
hell freaking yes there, kids. As we continue, make sure to hit like and subscribe. We see as like a majority of the people that watch this, you know, like 60% are non-subscribers, so yeah, you might just go search Live with Poems, but you can do yourself and you can do us a favor. Hit subscribe, ring the bell, that way you get notifications. So if you're just a live streaming poker addict, you love Texas poker, it's the most beautiful thing on the planet. Boom. Right here, right now. Appreciate all your help.
And J1 gonna get involved with, I think, his first real hand of the night, Ace-4 of spades. We have the live 20 on from Trey. Jay's gonna raise it up to 75, and it's gonna fold through. So we're gonna have to wait a little longer to see J1 in a post-flop situation.
Check us out, Palm, Social 5-1-2. Looks like we're already 1/4 down in that Colts-Ravens game here tonight. And we are right here in the thick of it. Week 4, Week 5, right in the heart of college football season. MLB playoffs, almost the start of the NBA season coming up. And their NHL season starting. You're probably going to have soccer happening. We had a World Cup qualifier here at Q2. That was like, I think, literally last week. Where you had USA Jamaica, and that's literally right up the road here from us. So we are going to have a reshuffling deal.
Oh, Trey thought his hand was really good, I guess.
Yeah, that's always the sad part. You're like, oh. But most of the time, that wasn't supposed to be your hand. So some players can take some solace in that. All right, we've got the $40 double straddle out.
I don't want to disappoint Trey.
Ah.
Alright, the live 40 out from E-Man. And Jeff with Ace-Jack offsuit on the button. Raised to 150. Pierre with pocket sixes. An easy call. Can 3-bet sometimes. Trey folds. Sammy gonna make the call, 5-6 of diamonds. And E-Man with Queen 8 of clubs. Most likely going to complete as well. Here we go.
Here we are. So we're due for an action flop here sooner rather than later, right?
I agree.
Some kind of cooler. There's going to be blood. Okay, so Jack 10-3.
And Jeff has it all. With top trips. I don't know what it is about these three of a kinds, but they are all over the place tonight.
It came out Jack 10,
Oh.
so that 10 of spades is actually...
Alright then. Okay, so Jack of spades, 10 of spades, 3 of diamonds. They were for Jack 10 of clubs. Okay, so Jack of spades is the burn.
Okay, so we've got the club draw that existed. So, wow. It's a big hand for E-Man. Looks like
Yeah.
3 of clubs turn, so he's made a flush, so we either need a 3 or Jack on the end. So E-Man actually has the best hand, so disregard the graphics here.
Yeah, and he went check on turn, so I expect a big bet coming out from E-Man. And big bet it is. 825. Jeff gonna make the quick call. 850, sorry. And E-Man's going to take it down.
That is winner. So, okay, we've got... I believe that, yeah, like I said, that's when we check out our Tempest Portal app here, that if you want to get on the list for any of these games, again, you got 1-3, and it looks like a 1-2-5 PLO game happening here as Monday nights have been a pretty good night for us here. I mean, we've had, boy, I think a nice uptick here at the Palm since we've had this live stream going, some bigger games going. 1-3 typically running every day. Obviously, PLO is massive here, so. We had Fireman Scott appear here in his Friday game. I don't think had some very much run good, but it's good to see him back out here on the Austin streets having a good time. We were gonna go out and have some drinks, but I think I eventually just it's like, bro, I'm going to bed. Guys, ready to have a good time whenever we come out. So, all right, we got
Got the live 20 on 2 pocket pairs, finding the limp from the hijack and cutoff respectively. Sammy with King 7 of hearts. Looks like he's gonna call. And
loading,
yeah.
loading.
Alright then.
Well, what do you think? Okay, so it's gonna come out King 5-4 with 2. No, I can't. Well, he's got the 4 of hearts, so that can't work. It's gonna come out 5-4-6 with 1 heart or
2 hearts, yeah.
yeah, with 2 hearts. That is gonna be what we pray for after this returns to us. Is does it unfreeze? We're frozen right now. All right, so we actually loaded it up here. We got Doug and Sammy. And I think this board run out is incorrect, but if we do get a flop, was it like a flop? No.
Okay.
All right, apologize for that. Looks like we've got reloaded, but I'm gonna say I see you frozen in time. I mean, that was actually I didn't really want to talk about this, but there is a physical abnormality and different spectrum that sometimes causes people. It's Will Smith is a big fan of this club, so he sometimes comes in with a click microphone. Or was that Sandler? Sandler, or was it?
Probably Sandler.
Probably. He's done every kind of movie.
That sounds like a Sandler movie, if I had to guess.
Click, I think, was the Will Smith movie, if I'm not. With like Will Smith, Kevin James. You know, I could have learned something productive here, Aaron. I could have, learned science, exercise. But instead, my brain is used for, old movie references from the 80s and 90s. So, okay, we are back at it, and I think we are going to do a deck change, because it's also possible sometimes one of the cards might register incorrectly. So sometimes you just gotta go do the old reload and re-enter and cross our fingers and hope for the best here. As all right, my name is Aaron McKinnis, out here with you on Live at the Palm Social and the ATX. Yeah, it was ACL weekend too. I keep second of that weekend, so there's too much happening here in the city. At a big time volleyball match on Friday at the packed gym. I mean, it was just, boy, there's like now everything starts to get crazy, Aaron. It is going to be non-stop action on all sides of the cylinder here for probably the next foreseeable couple of months. So
Yeah, all the sports. Luckily, ACL's finishing up, so traffic won't be as bad.
yeah, I mean that is the one part of it. Like it's a grand tradition. I've yet to go there, and maybe next year when we have the super chats up, you can fund my ACL trip. So you, the chat pro. Yeah, I the way it was this year, I just wasn't a lineup I was too intrigued to be like, I gotta go see this. Like,
That was my thing as well. I haven't been, and I'm waiting for a lineup that will intrigue me before I want my first time to be special, Like,
yeah, I don't want to just
sometimes
have to be like,
yeah.
oh, Megan Thee Stallion. Like, I'm sure somebody likes it, just not what's gonna make me want to spend a couple $100. So
Yeah. Like, Miley Cyrus is cool, but like I'm not that interested.
yeah, that's exactly like they're all they always get the right kind of mix for it. Like, it's intriguing to somebody, just not me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got top pair here with the bat, Rhonda and Sammy coming along here with the second pairs. And it is a 9-ball on turn.
No improvements to the queens. And I expect another bet from E-Man. He's gonna put out 300 into 540. Rhonda looks like she's folding and will. And Sammy taking his time, trying to figure out what bluffs E-Man can have. And he makes the call. Pot 1,100. To a river we go. And it is the Jack of Hearts. Sammy calls, and river's the best hand. And I was gonna say, if it checks to E-Man, I would expect to check back a lot. Sammy's not gonna give him that option and lead for 600 into 11. E-Man does not look happy.
I mean, some people in life just don't generally look happy. They're just like, man, you're in this spot. It is.
He seemed pretty jolly so far, and right now he's.
Unfortunately, there are some rivers that just bring nothing but pain. And
he's going to flick in the call, and he knew it, but could not let it go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the 8 of diamonds really works effectively as a blocker for him, whereas like he could perceive there to be some diamond draws out there, but it's.
Yeah, on that river lead, if you're gonna call, you'd prefer a king or a 10 to be blocking the straight. Ideally, you'd want something stronger, maybe a 2-pair. But holding a diamond's probably not the best if you expect him to be bluffing any flush draws over.
Again, we've got our Thursday free roll here at Palm Social, located at 9070 Research Boulevard here in Austin, Texas, the Crossroads Shopping Center, right next to the Bon Air, next to Pluckers. Wonderful location out here, lots of parking. And it's a good environment to be out in. So Thursday at 7 p.m., $1,500 going to be added to the prize pool. We had about $3,000 in it last week. So I invite you to come out and play and take part of the action. I thought about dealing, but I needed to take a little time. So I actually had kind of like an unintentional week off from, I think, like Sunday to Thursday. Or Saturday through Thursday. So I was kind of in that same mode that you are. Like, you know what, this is going to be a little bit of the calm before the storm. Before things start to pick up. And how many, you're only going to play like a handful of events, or just maybe the one drop, or?
Yeah, probably the one drop. I was thinking of selling for the main, but I think it's just not my year. I think I'll maybe do a winter Venetian event, check some of those out. But
yeah,
cash is still my main preference, so I'll just go and
yeah, maybe next year.
Yeah, just paddle through the ocean of what's out there. You know, maybe pick up some fish, maybe donate to some whales. You know, you never know.
Yeah, that seems to be the time of the year for it. So, all right, what do we got? We've got Pierre opening. KJ here in the boxes.
Jeff with the open and Pierre with a 3-bet right next to him. Goes from 50 to 150. E-Man with a suited and almost connected hand in the small blind. Gonna make the call. I think an adjustment that could be made by some of these people is just 3-betting a little bigger. It doesn't seem, the smaller 3-bets don't seem to be creating the heads up that you would ideally like. So he's now going 3 ways with ace queen against 2 suited hands.
Yeah, but I think there's also the dynamic of, are you creating a 3-bet size to isolate, or is it also keeping in the players you might feel like you have an advantage in? There's, I don't know. I think that might play into Pierre's thinking here, but it's also
maybe.
I agree with you there too. That it's.
I'm just gonna
some
say
of the sizing. It just there's probably more theory to it than beyond. There's just like, if you do this at a certain percentage of the time, like you're just getting free money by creating prices that most people are folding to. Is that yay or nay?
I just don't think people are going to be folding to 200 compared to 150. I think it has to be a bit bigger before people even consider folding the hands that they're opening, based on what we've seen.
I believe that. Fair point. You could join us here in the chat. Hit like and subscribe. Kim Cole says, Rhonda, you look incredible. Got it great. And see some images of her on our Instagram, Palm Social 512. A nice night for us for checking us out here for the first time. Maybe the second time. Maybe the third time. Dude. Hit like. Hit subscribe. And join the fam here as... we're waiting for a big action hand soon enough here. Alright.
Yeah, with the live 20 going. Pierre raising queen 10 offsuit 60 from under the gun 3. And E-Man coming along with king 5 on the button. And J-Win in the straddle 10-7 offsuit. Gonna make the professional laydown. And we are heads up to the flop. 155 in the middle.
Lucky, dude. No, you got lucky. No, how can I get lucky? Diamond. Diamond. Yeah.
And there we go. Jack 7-3 with 2 clubs. No club from the field. And Pierre's gonna check. E-Man puts out about a 50, and I expect that to get through. Nope, Pierre's going to find the floats with Queen High and a Dream. Turns the open ender, flush completes. E-Man now has top pair. Bets a 125 into 255. And I'm curious how Pierre responds now after floating this on the flop. He is just going to let it go. Kind of curious what his thoughts were for continuing flop to full turn. I guess when the flush completes, it becomes a bit more difficult, but I also don't expect many turns there to be good for you overall with Queen High, so could just be an easy flop fold, call it a day.
See right there, looks like I think that's the holding game right there. The PLO game's I think on another table, but
And they're in the back corner.
always a ton of action on that table. You can join us for PLO on Wednesdays. Up in the air if we're doing a show Saturday just yet, but our 2-5 PLO game has been a mainstay, and it seems like every show that we've had, somebody's won like 6 to 10 grand in, so there are always chips flying around. And for the 4-card Omaholics out there, check us out here live at the Palms.
And we've got the live 80 on this hand from Pierre. And E-Man with the first suited hand in the cutoff, deciding what to do. Looks like a call. Esther, Jaywin, Rhonda all gonna fold. Got Doug gonna fold as well. Jeff with pocket eights in one of the straddles. Going to raise to 180. Would prefer slightly bigger, personally, but I think it provides what he wants to get Pierre's trash out of there. Heads up now, Jeff and E-Man. King 7-6 with 2 diamonds. Jeff has 8s with no diamond, and E-Man now has bottom pair with some backdoor opportunities. Check, check. Turn 5 of hearts. Jeff is now open-ended. And E-Man is looking for a 10 or a 6. Pot's 475. Jeff's going to bet 100. And E-Man will call. River, ace of hearts. Expected to go check, check, or a small bet from Jeff. Yeah, and he checks back. Jeff is going to win a showdown. And there we go. Jeff finally getting back in there with a win. And we'll see if he can continue the momentum moving forward.
There you go. My experience with him has been a very swingy player. Goes, kind of runs hot and cold at times. So, yeah, that can be, in the streaming world, that can be an awfully good thing. It could be also a disaster. So, just depends on which side of the coin that you're on at times. So, all right, it's Mike Gibler and McKinnis here at Palm Social in the Austin, Texas. 5-10 no limit. We've heard you. If you want to get some more no limit games out there, boom. Looking to expand more into that. We've been able to run a ton of PLO streams, but we know Hold'em is the bread and butter out there for streaming fans. So.
Yeah, I did do so hard. And then when I shouldn't have shown. I showed one card, and he was like, "That's not a good hand." They called it 4, and I have to give all the money back. Yeah, exactly.
We got Esther here with Ace King and a $40 straddle. Sammy electing to limp. All right, let's see if we can get some action going here.
Oh, they listen all the time. Oh yeah, it happens to me all the time.
Alrighty, we've got the live 40. Limp from Sammy. Esther with Ace King offsuit on the button. make a raise to 230. I like the size. I always prefer bigger, especially when we are very deep. Everyone has over 300 blinds. And Jeff, A7 of diamonds gonna make the call. I like it. Pierre with the fold, and Sammy gonna call as well. Three ways, 745 in the middle, off of the double straddle. Queen, Jack 5, 2 clubs. Esther with an 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, and Broadway draw. And the rest of the field with a lot of nothing. And Esther turns one of the best cards in the deck, the King of Clubs. She now has a hammer lock on this hand. Nut flush draw, top, and still the Broadway draw. Jeff gonna fire out 150, and can't tell if Esther is called or thinking. Okay, she's called. And the River Queen. Jeff may have the chance to bluff at it. I expect Esther to fold almost never with the strong of a hand that she has, especially for that small of a sizing. 225. Jeff going to lose this one. Definitely got to apply some more pressure there if you're going to try and get folds. It's a really dynamic board. Lots of flush draws, lots of trips, lots of boat straights. If you're going to try and get single paired hands to fold, you got to apply a lot more pressure.
Nice night going here for Esther. As we continue live as Palms. I am doing a little work here to jazz up our thumbnail, and got Rhonda DiMartino here, local favorite. Glad to see her out here. As I've been taking a little time off as well, so we'll happen to see her out here on the live streaming streets.
We've got a fan favorite, Mr. DQ, in the chat. Welcome.
Oh, DQ! That's what I love about Texas. What's going on there, sir? I've not quite opened up the super chat window just yet. Let this man go do his thing. Says, let's go, Rhonda. Time to inflict max pain. That is how you gas up your friends. All right, what do we got here? We've got E-Man calling the King Deuce of Diamonds. See if anybody tries to attack, which is seemingly a fixture of what seems to happen in these games sometimes. That you're electing to just like, oh, you limped? Okay, I'm going to bring the hammer here, so to speak. So, all right.
We've got Trey Icewing out of the straddle with 8-9 of spades to 265. I really like the size, rather large. Makes it very difficult for everyone to continue, and he takes it down. So good stuff, Trey. That is what I've been talking about, the big sizes. And that's what DQ's asking for. He's asking for the max pain. He wants the big pots. So Trey is making myself and Mr. DQ proud.
Max pain is what we're talking about here as... All right. Again here live at the Palm, streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays on occasion. Palm's the place to be here on Saturdays. You're sweating bets. You're watching college football. If you're looking for an electric experience, boom. Here you go. Check us out here, Palm Social, palmsocialclub.com, Instagram and Facebook, and also on the Tempest Portal app if you're looking to get on the list for those games. All right.
Yeah, this is DQ's right. This is an action lineup. We've seen a little bit of what could happen, but the cards have not been helpful. There's been rather dry boards throughout most of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we can't rig the action. Nobody can. We would certainly wish we could just deliver Yeti cooler after Yeti cooler after Yeti cooler, but so far we gotta be patient. We'll see if we get some blood in the water here soon enough.
You've got the double on the live 40 from Sammy, and it is straddle versus straddle. Trey gonna raise it up with 9-7 of clubs. Sammy gonna call with the ace deuce off. 10-8 3 two-tone. Trey with an open ender, and check to Sammy, who bets 300, so just under half pot. And Trey gonna just call out of position. Turn is the Gin 6 of diamonds. Check, check. Trey was hoping to get a clean check raise there. River 4, so Trey has the stone cold nuts. Think you could block here with a lot of hands. He's going to choose the other option of betting massive. And 1100 into 9. I think there's two ways to approach it. That is definitely a valid one. The large pot size bet.
And that's going to work out here, isn't it? All right.
Yeah. And to the next hand we go.
So we had Fireman Scott, a good friend Fireman Scott, at Friday night PLO game at DQ, saying, hey, I sent you this deal. Yes, DQ, Max Payne, run it once. That is going to be a branded shirt, but it's got to have like DQ and I feel like the one improvement you could make on there is put a little DQ and a cowboy hat, kind of like animated image. I'm just giving feedback, but it is a fantastic shirt.
Or put the Dairy Queen logo on there for the jokes.
Yeah. Or at least like a somewhat trademarked logo DQ, like kind of like a knockoff. I don't know. We're here to maximize the ability for you to demonstrate your max pain. So we love you, DQ.
And Trey and Sammy just got their own room and are going to be playing heads up for the rest of the night, looks like. Heads up again, King 7 off versus 8 deuce of hearts on Jack 4-3 two-tone. A lot of nothing for both players, and a singular bet will take it down. Sammy shows him, and Trey says you were going to win anyways. Alrighty, E-Man is back. Hopefully we see another straddle coming on. And hopefully we get the right side of the table involved in the action, because it feels like every hand is involved in the left side of the table.
Yeah, I know. It has really just been very left-heavy here. And that's a complaint people have about other stuff, not usually live streams.
Exactly.
But here tonight, there's a ton of action here on the felt. But we're waiting for our big, juicy, explosive, oh my god, what was this type of moment here tonight. We'll see if we get it.
Four raises to 280. 5 folds, 6 folds.
All right, is Doug going to make a call on the hijack here with the 7-6 of hearts? He had a really good bluff earlier on Trey that was extremely successful. That put him in a very tough spot on a paired board with a flush draw that missed.
And here we are, 3 ways. A blind, a straddle, and Mr. Doug from the hijack, who calls the 25 from Sammy on the turn, 115 in the middle, and river 5. Nothing really changes, and Sammy is going to win after the check on river. And when you're Doug there, it's not an easy spot. You're just like, I have showdown, but I'm probably not good. But the pot's so small, it's not always worth bluffing at, so just gotta hand him the money, say nice hand, and move on with your life.
Yeah, that's a lesson that often becomes the hardest one. It's just like, you know what, fine, nice turn. fuck. Good job.
You cannot win every pot, unfortunately.
No, we've tried many a times too. But unfortunately the world just doesn't work that way. And it's just unfair, is it not?
I agree.
Let's see, what else?
We are playing 5, 10, and usually 20, sometimes 40. Mr. DQ. I think we've even had the 80 on at least once.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I couldn't remember how many times we had the 80, but we've had the 20 and the 40 on for a fair amount.
And we have the 20 on as we speak from Rhonda. And we've got multiple limps. There are 5 ways going to the flop. 105 in the middle. 8, 10, deuce, rainbow. And ace high is still best, somehow. Jeff with a gut shot, gonna bet out 50. A little half pot size bet. And he looks to be the winner. Thus Doug feels like sticking around. He does not. Jeff takes it down. Aggression wins. Gonna, like I said it earlier, gonna say it again. It's really hard to win every pot if you're checking all the time. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's all. I mean, that's a very brief and concise point.
Yeah.
There.
If your goal is to win every pot, you can't do it by seeing every river. Because I don't know about you guys, but I don't get dealt that many good hands.
Never. I mean, that's the thing. It's like I just never get a hand. That's just always the way it goes, right?
Yeah, your flops look good, turns look alright, rivers just never really get there. So you gotta get them to the fold before the river.
That's the way. So change this up. So while I was doing this, I created a whole new thumbnail based on some of the new images. I don't know if it's good though.
That is a lot better than what I could do, so I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I managed to do that in like a couple of minutes. So like that's still ironing out all the things we could maximize and make this as good a stream as we can get. And we need people like you, boom, to hit subscribe, hit like, help us continue to grow this channel. And that way when DQ stops by, he could show off baller time. I mean, DQ can still hit up my Venmo or Cash App, I guess, but you know, I don't want to sound desperate or anything.
Yeah, it's not the same effect of getting the super chats out there.
Yeah, you get it visually right up there at front. Boom. It's like, I'm baller.
Yes. Alright, Jaywin raised to 60 from under the gun 1. Sammy with a call on the button. E-Man 3-betting 8s out of the small blind to 280. Folds back to Sammy with the suited ace. And he looks to put in the call. So heads up. Pocket 8s versus ace 6 suited. And we have 9, 6, 4, 2 diamonds. Sammy has a pair, and E-Man has a better pair. So we'll see how this shakes up. I expect a bet from E-Man decent amount of the time. Looks like 275. Got a quick call from Sammy in position. Being on the button is a cheat code in this game. You just always get to know what's going on. And E-Man checks. Looks like Sammy checks back. River 6. Sammy River's the best hand. E-Man checks it again. Sammy going to put a bet in. I would go for something large. He does. He goes 1200 into 1200. And E-Man was in this spot with Sammy not too long ago. He called off and was wrong. We'll see if he can make the right decision this time. He has 8s, no diamond, which is not the best bluff catcher, but not having a diamond is good. But he finds the fold. He will not be duped twice by Sammy. A good fold, sir. Sammy takes down a nice one there.
Sammy had one of the most epic hands I think I could ever remember when we were doing the TCH stream. When it was the Berkey weekend, where you had that hand between Bones, Broklahoma, and Sammy that went set over gut shot rivered straight by Sammy. I don't know if you remember that.
That was him? Oh, I didn't remember.
Yeah. Sammy was the third man of the party in that one. Bones had top set of aces. I think Oklahoma had a set of jacks. And it was like ace jack X. They were all trying to trap each other on the turn. River came 10.
Yeah, king queen. Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
I did not remember that was Sammy. You have a long memory, sir.
Yeah, that's part of, I don't know how many episodes of poker that I've done. That was memorable because...
That was a big game. You had Berkey in the house.
Down in, like, Bones and Oklahoma, and I went out to drink out at Moon Tower after that night. That's probably the one reason why I remember it so specifically, because of just probably how hard I laughed after...
Just the good times. That
was an interesting group of people to bring together there.
True.
Met Bones' dog, too, which is always a plus. Eric as well. We've got E-Man raising. Rhonda is going to take this to 3-bet city.
Pocket 10s to 180. Esther folding J1 in the straddle with pocket 3s. And all the options available. 4-betting, probably the worst one, but he's going to find the call. And E-Man with the button. I expect a call here a decent amount of time, but he's going to make the discipline laydown. I don't know, man. If I have the button and I open Jack 4, I don't think I'm folding, not gonna lie. Ooh, we've got 7-3-5, 2 clubs, Rhonda with the overpair, J1 with bottom set. Pot is 435, she bets 250. They are $10,000 deep. And I expect J1 to put in a raise here. He's in position, so he has all the options on sizing. I expect something around 800 or 900. And he's choosing to just flat. I think when you're this deep, it is difficult to want to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be blood. Unfortunately, it is for our good friend Rhonda against her good friend J1. And now, I think this opens up the door now that J1 is going to basically push Rhonda off this hand with a turn raise. Not by design by any stretch, but it gives, in one overcard, that at least gives Rhonda the option to feel like, okay, there's so many more hands here that J1 could be in the spot that just absolutely destroy me, but...
Yeah. That was the main reason why I prefer the flop raise. I guess there's 2 main reasons. One, you're very deep. You want to try and get money in if you're going to try and bail in by river. And then second, if Rhonda has a hand like she has, like 8s through jacks or kings or whatever, or queens, there's some turns that kill action, like flush comes in, ace comes in, makes it very difficult to continue to get value.
Yeah, I don't dislike it by any stretch. It is, one of those things that we get results oriented to, because we obviously understand where Rhonda's at, but I imagine from J1's perspective. Let's see. John Gruden out as Raiders coach after a report that he used anti-gay, and so that is our breaking news update.
The Raiders
John Gruden has been canceled.
The Raiders are having a good season, though, aren't they? So
yeah, they were too. That's unfortunate, but that had to happen on top of what was actually starting to become a pretty decent Raiders run, but.
Okay, Rhonda's reaching for a lot of chips. I am curious to see where this ends. She's got 2,000, looks like 3,000 in front of her. She is not one for Hollywooding from what I've seen, so she's got a legitimate decision. And that is a raise, a very large one. I think 2,900.
sign or something?
I'm getting bored. I haven't played
And
Wow.
2.8. So Jaywin.
I mean, maybe there might be a fear that all of a sudden Ronda's turned a couple of ladies and has top set on board, but I mean, I think it's just one of those you just sort of accept a cooler if you feel like maybe that is what Ronda has. But she could easily do this with kings or aces as well, I would think, right?
Maybe. I really don't know. If we're being honest, I wasn't expecting the 3-bet with 10s. Because if Jaywin had a hand like Queen Jack of Clubs that he decided to raise with here, he's just not gonna fold to this 3-bet. Like, I don't know the goal here, so I'm really curious. I think from Jaywin's perspective, this is just a call. And then river becomes the focal point. They both have around pot behind. Around 7 into 6.5. So we've got a big one brewing. And without a 10 on the river, Jaywin is going to be the winner. And it is the river Jack of Clubs. So Jaywin has the check mark. Ronda, there is now 2 overs to her pair. The Jack of Clubs is good. From her perspective, there's now no Queen Jack of Clubs. And she has a 10 of Clubs. So the only turned queens that Jaywin has is normally a King Queen of Clubs. Maybe Ace Queen if he decided not to 4-bet pre. So now Jaywin has a decision. I think you can bet a size that's not all in. It's probably something like 2.6. And it's a pretty thin spot. If he checks back here, it wouldn't surprise me. But I think he doesn't expect Ronda to have too many flushes when she 3-bets turn. And then checks river. So you're going for the thin value.
Certainly tried it, and it looks like it was a quick fold by Ronda. See, yeah, he bet around that neighborhood of about 3K. So flop set here for J1 takes it down. And Douglas Gerst here in the chat saying, good luck, Ronda. Nah, I would have needed a little bit more luck on that one. As set to the overpair, and then a decent one here by our boy J1. Again, hit the like, click, subscribe. Wow, we're at 38 likes right now here on the channel. People stopping by, giving their love. Make sure to hit subscribe as we continue to ramp up our no limit lineups here at Palm Social. Again, it does make a difference. Please hit subscribe, so it helps, as the vloggers will say. As good of a lineup as we've had on here from 5-10 since we started, I think, too, as a right mix of action and solid and good and adventurous. There's some adventurous players out here.
Yes, sir. We've got the live 40 on from Jeff. Got the Jack of Spades exposed, from what I can tell. Got a raise to 120 from Trey from +3. Sammy next to Act calls King 4 of Hearts. So if there's some hearts on board, we will see a pot brew. And then we've got King 6 of Diamonds from E-Man in the cutoff. Esther with more hearts in the small blind, she folds. Jaywin, Jack 6 off, fold, and Doug as well. Gonna fold. Jeff gonna complete in the last straddle, Jack 8 of Diamonds. So we've got a bunch of red cards in the field. And we somehow find 2 diamonds on the flop, King 10-4. 2 players with top pair, 1 has top and bottom in Sammy. E-Man actually has top pair and a flush draw. Jeff and Trey. Oh, Jeff has another flush draw as well. Oh my goodness.
Well, we asked for it and we got it.
Yeah.
So action flop.
Yeah, so Trey has next to nothing going for him. Jeff thinks he has something going for him, but E-Man has him locked up. Sammy's gonna bet full pot, 525 into around 500. We've got a call from E-Man, top pair flush draw. I like just a call. No reason to raise here. Jeff with a bit of a decision. Looks like he's going to find the fold. I think that is a good disciplined laydown. When the bet is that big, it is really difficult for worse hands to continue to yours. And the turn 10 counterfeit Sammy. So E-Man is now rather far ahead. Sammy's looking to chop, and E-Man has a lot of outs to scoop. The river 7 will chop it up. And I think E-Man could have potentially gone for a bet on turn or river once check 2. But he was never losing that hand after the turn. Bar of 4. So KJ is going to chop it up for us. Shout out to the dealers here, man. Y'all got some amazing staff.
Yeah, I mean, there are some very high standards to deal here. Like, you have got to do a lot of complex math in some of these games that the big PLO bomb pots. And, yeah, there's a lot that gets thrown on their plate, and it hasn't taken very long for me to sit there. So, whoa, we've really got some fantastic people here that deal in these games. So, KJ's amongst them.
Yes, sir. Taylor May's probably my personal favorite. I met him when I first started playing. He does an amazing job. And just an all-around amazing guy. Super friendly.
That's a hustle. Now you got me with the small chip.
That is a common theme around here. Friendly folks. Heck of an environment. Invite you to come check us out here at Palm Social. If you want to do it for the first time even, you're maybe a low-stakes player, come on out and check it out here. Palm Social for Thursday. Free roll, $1,500 going to be added to the prize pool. That's not a guarantee. We're just, boom, we're putting it in there. And we want you to come check it out as well. So, all right, third thumbnail change there is. David Moss just up, showing some love. We got Caitlin Kaminsky, says, hey fam. The Caitlin's doing well out there in Vegas. I think playing the ladies event there today.
Write down 50 states in 5 minutes. That's my only hustle. No, nobody has ever done it. So, I give all it.
All right, it is. Got action the last hand. It's now going to come out a straight draw here for Doug, 2 pair for Fox, and a gutter ball here for Rhonda. Chance here for Fox to go big time, and actually we will get a very tepid response. Everybody checking this is now going to turn the 8. Straight for Rhonda, SETI here for Doug.
And bottom 2 for Jeff, who's out is a 10 to chop.
Well, if you know us, it's one way you could beat it.
So Rhonda's going to just call the 75 after the turn flush draw. I think you could put in a raise there. Not a requirement, but I think it's a nice thing to add in. And now we are 3 ways on the river with 325 in the middle. Jeff gonna bet 100. Rhonda with the small raise at 225. Doug is allowed to fold pretty easily on this action. And Jeff is going to call the raise. Rhonda sized it well to get a call. And
Wow,
there you are.
Jeff actually was able to get away from that without any pain whatsoever.
Same for Doug, who turns the set. Yeah, the passiveness on the turn saved multiple people a lot of money.
Send all your run good to Caitlin. She's coming back to 15 big blinds on the dinner break. It's got Maria Ho and JJ Lou at my table. Yes, run good, run good. Let's send all the run good.
Yes.
Mixed game Mike going on in the house. I think he's also been out there enjoying the scene out in Vegas. So our good friends over at Rounders Live had our friend Bones on there doing some commentary. That's a pretty nice game. So it's been good to see San Antonio getting repped out there in the streaming streets as well. There's enough room out there for everybody. We can love and support each other. And that's Seemingly Ronder seems to be the only stream I get along with. Right now, everybody else is at each other's throats. Trying to one-up each other, trying to chase the giant at the top, but, you know, above all else, just promote the game of poker here in Texas, so.
Just one will make you night. You can lose $2,000.
Well, looks like we might get Ben Simmons back in Philadelphia. He's arrived. He's taken a COVID test and apparently coming back to camp. So I guess if he wanted to collect all those millions of dollars, he was not going to be able to hold out for very long. So there we are. I don't know if anybody's been following that saga, but
I think the threat of fines finally got to him.
yeah, I think you can only use so much leverage for so far to just sit there and say, like, I want to trade, and there's, like, no realistic trades that can happen that the organization's going to want to do. He can't really force himself out there anywhere, and yeah, it is.
I think Philly just wants too much for him. I think that's part of it. I don't know. It's a rough spot to be in for both sides. Players don't want to be there for you, and your players want to play, but can't find a way to make it work.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. People will look at it negatively towards the NBA, but I think it's a different situation than normal. That's a tough city, man. Philly is not one to mess around with there. They hate you. You're gonna be introduced to the vile and just pure rage of folks. So
I mean, I think Aaron Rodgers was in a similar spot from the NFL's perspective, so I think it seems to be going around a little more in the sporting world.
yeah, it's just people have much easier access to hide behind a computer screen or a phone and tell you you're a jabroni or something like that. So now we continue here, 5-10 uncapped here tonight. As I think we see Jeff's got about 14K sitting up. We got some pretty deep stacks here.
Yes, sir. Multiple stacks over 10,000. We're just waiting for some more pots to get all of it in the middle. Don't think we've had any all-ins yet. I think that's the blessing and curse of these deep stacks. It is hard to get all the money in. So when the pots are right, all of it gets in and it is nasty. But in the meantime, it is a lot of small pots, people trying to protect their money. And here we are, 5, 10, 20. Doug raised to 85 on the button. King 3 offsuit. Folds to Trey in the straddle, 6-7. And he is going to fold as well. Doug takes it down. And onward we go.
Onward and upward and outward. Mike Giblet here with Aaron McInnes. As we've powered through the first kind of almost hour 45 minutes here of this program. Invite you to hit the like, click, subscribe. As we continue to grow this channel, and about 739 subscribers. That's decent. We appreciate your support, y'all. I'm gonna take a quick breather here for 5 minutes. I think I gotta go get my C4 so I'd be ready to power through this back half of the program. I won't be going too long here, Aaron.
Alrighty.
Of course, this is probably when like a big hand happens.
Yeah, of
It'd be
course.
like set over flush or something.
Yeah, of course. So we've got the live 40 going on. Rhonda, Colin, 8-9 of spades. Esther with jacks, raised to 150. Jaywin with pocket nines, very next to act, with a bit of a tough spot. He's going to raise to 500. Doug with jacks 10 suited, going to find the fold as a result of Jaywin's 3-bet, so we accomplished it. And Mike spoke it into existence. Ace King for Trey in the big blind. They're very deep. They're $7,000 effective. We've got the live 40, so if we're counting that as the big blind, the stacks are around 200 blinds. Trey is going to put in the 4-bet to 1.8. I like it. Good sizing, just under a quarter of stacks. Esther going to fold jacks. So Jaywin now with the best of it. And I think he recognizes Trey is competent enough to have more than just the nuts here. But I don't know how much he thinks this is worth continuing. So we've got 1.3 to call. And if he does, there will be just under $4,000 in the middle. Trey will have 6 behind, so 1.5 SPR. Makes it rather difficult to play. On the bright side for Jaywin, though, he is in position. I think an all-in here should never happen, just because of the fact that you are in position. You just get to play post very efficiently. I think 9s are borderline. I think jacks you probably call pretty often. 10s and 9s in a similar spot. And he is going to make the fold. I think if Trey sized slightly smaller, Jaywin's allowed to continue. But that is the issue. I guess issue of that spot of being so deep. You're playing for a lot of blinds. A lot of real dollars. So Trey with the nice cold 4 going to take down the pot pre. Esther finally had a chance to get into a pot and was just shut out by the field. And that's just the thing about aggression. Jay chose to 3-bet the 9s, which made Doug fold Jack 10. So because if Trey's the first one to 3-bet, he just makes it big. Esther calls, Jaywin calls. Doug potentially continues as well. We see a multi-way pot. And we go from there. That's just all the options that are available. Rhonda's going to fold. We are around to Doug, limping the 10-4. Live 20. You walked away, you missed a cold 4. It took it down pre. It was...
That's always exciting.
And alright. I think you just need to speak it into existence more often. Just walk away, expect a big hand.
Yeah, it's kind of like my curse, I think. It's just like, oh, I need to take a break here, and then all of a sudden, aces over kings happen or something like that.
Yeah.
So. Did I give it a straight draw EMAM with the gutter E and Trey both with gutters and Sammy here with top pair?
Call, and... Oh, Rondo was in this hand too, it looks like. So it looks like it was 5 ways. Turn and jack of spades. Doug now with an open ender and a flush draw. Sammy still at the best of it with the a6. River ace of clubs. Sammy is still best somehow. And he checks through. He is going to win. And that is the difficulty playing 4-way pots, is when you miss, you just can't really bluff at it.
Yeah, and everybody's kind of looking around. And
Like-
I mean, there are probably like 25 to 30% of the time, like just whoever bets is going to, but
Yeah.
most people get deterred from doing that over time because it's just like you just get picked off way too often. So, alrighty, we'll keep going here at Palm Social in Austin, Texas. We've got our links in the description here to website, Instagram, Facebook. Good friend photography by Corey DeVillier. The link there as well. Hoping more again for some big hands. We could put up a big action-packed highlight reel that will jump off the page here, but it takes time here, folks. So we appreciate you learning and growing along with us. Still some pretty big games happening out there in the main room as well. So, right, we got Sammy here with kings. Trey with the open on the button, and just a small enough size. Maybe Trey might want to play this in position, but I think of the unsuited variety. It's 50-50 if he calls. He's going to do it. Here we go.
Told you, power the button.
And Jack 6 deuce rainbow as king's way good.
And Sammy checks. And in check back, turn ace for Trey. The Badugi is complete, no flush draws available. And we check all the way to the river, which is a 5. Sammy's now going to throw a bet out. Looks like 3 and change. Trade is going to call and take it down.
Yeah, not too much drama with that llama there as...
That's not how I was expecting that hand to play out. I'll leave it at... I just expected a bet on flop. You got kings.
Rhonda here in the chat. Y'all give a shout out to my best friend Kimberly and her lucky man. Also saying it's a Crystal Light that's in the Whataburger cup. I should charge Whataburger for advertising. You know, I feel like the fact that they have 1,000 locations everywhere is advertising enough, is it? Not have to go too far here in this city, which really anywhere once you start going south is a safe refuge. Alright, here as we continue 5-10, no limit night. Excellent lineup here as just no coolers yet. Everything has been largely straightforward outside of a hand here and there, but I heard a puppy barking out there outside our studio. There's this awesome puppy that's been hanging outside here as got somebody working that had this like golden retriever / pity puppy. Awesome job. All right. Yeah, we got Sammy 3-betting the button here after we have call on a raise up to 35. J-Win with a hand to be determined, sitting with 13K, and on a mission.
He chooses to flat. I expect Jeff to come along as well, and Trey gonna make the fold. Hopefully we will get J-Win's hand. Thank you, KJ. Alright, maybe not. No.
Oh, top and bottom here for Sammy. Does
So I guess hands here that J-Win could have that matter are Queen Jack suited and potentially 10s.
no.
Otherwise, yeah, because Sammy has the ace of clubs in hand, so he's feeling really nice.
I mean, I would put King 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen potentially out of the realm of possibility, but it's more likely.
Yeah, that's fair. I was
like you mentioned.
Yeah, I was just thinking hands that beat Sammy. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
okay,
okay,
so yeah, he could have the King 10. He could have Jacks here sometimes. I mean, like I said, Ace Queen, Ace Jack sometimes.
So he's trying to figure out how much Sammy has, which doesn't immediately tell me what.
He's going to call the 500.
It wouldn't surprise me if he had like King Queen here too, sometimes, but
I think it's a little bit harder of a call, but yeah.
Yeah.
At least on the flop, at least pre-flop, I agree.
yeah.
So turn 3 of spades.
For some reason, I just feel like it's Ace Jack or Ace Queen, but
No, I mean it's a pretty reasonable hand. To assume, I would assume it's the suited variety, if it's there. J1 is now choosing to lead, which I was not expecting. For pretty big sizing, like looks like 1400. Yeah, Sammy now in position. I think you just call here. When you have the ace of clubs, like J1 doesn't have the weird mistakes that he can make with like the ace jack of clubs or something like that.
so we go bet 1.4, call 1.4. It's built up to a pot of 4.7. It is an ace on the river. Sammy has made a boat. Does J1 have anything he can go to showdown with? Because
I really want to see J1's hand right now. Holy.
please, poker gods, give us his hand.
I'm really confused.
See no action at least. Okay, he's checked. Now Sammy here seeing this pot build up to just under 5,000. He's got about 6.K.
I think we're just all in. Or you bet like 1.5 and hope that he calls.
Yeah, it's a quick pitch. So. Huh. I might have to ask J1 after the fact what in the world he had on that one, because trying to piece together all the combos that make sense to have played that. I don't know if he folds trip aces on the river.
For what it looked like he was betting, I don't know.
I come back and I think maybe it was King 10. Because then that hand gets counterfeit. And
Yeah,
then all of a sudden, I could see King 10 leading turn.
That makes some sense.
With the 2 flush draws on board, just so that he prevents any checkbacks from hands that he can't necessarily piece together that potentially could harm him. So,
Alright, I get that.
that's my best educated guess. So.
Oh, I get it. Makes sense.
All right, Mike, I'm with Aaron McKinnis here with you at Live at the Palms of Palms Social in the ATX. Appreciate you guys joining us.
We've got a bunch of limps. E-Man with a large raise, 300 with Ace King. And it wouldn't surprise me if it folds through. Jeff hasn't played a hand in a little bit. He's feeling frisky with a 10-9. Gonna continue. And Sammy as well, 10-7 suited, getting in the mix. So 975 in the middle, 3 ways. Ace King the best of it right now. Queen Queen 5, 1 diamond. So Sammy with a backdoor flush draw. E-Man with the best of it right now. He chooses to check it back. Turn ace of diamonds. So flush draw for Sammy. Top for E-Man. Check. I think either option works for E-Man here. With 2 flush draws out there, I think I would lean bet. He's betting rather small, 250 into around 1,000, so quarter pot. Jeff with the easy fold, and Sammy with the easy call. To the river we go, 1.5 in the middle. King of hearts, I believe.
King, I think it's might be. It can't be the King of Clubs.
No.
No, because that's literally what's in E-Man's hand. So.
Yeah. Yep. So check, bet, fold.
Invite us, join us here in the chat. We've had a healthy amount of chatters popping on in and out throughout the evening. Again, hit like and subscribe. It does literally help us all the damn time to grow this channel and continue to bring you the Texas poker that you know and love. And we'll keep firing here as all right, I think we are going to be getting ourselves a dealer change. So some left KJ as it goes out to the felt here, and always such a great group of people that take care of our dealers here. Some of the best in the biz, and our players even more exceptional with their generosity. So I've gotten to deal like 2 or 3 times here. I've mostly been focusing on the stream and all the stuff that I've got going on, but incredibly overwhelmed and just like, wow, people are in the nuts here. All right, so we've got it's all Colts here in this game. Baltimore can't score on this defense right now. Just, ugh.
There is a chance your fantasy team wins then if Lamar Jackson stayed as cold as it is.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Taylor has wrecked that potentially. I haven't double checked. I have a feeling my night is doomed, but I'm leading by 1 point, by even less than a point. So.
All right, we need one interception.
Yeah, we need some fumbles, some interceptions. It would take a miracle, because I don't want to wish injury on anybody. That's the only way that I hold on is both those guys get hurt most likely, and don't want that to happen. We love Lamar Jackson, but
Robert Pape, shouting out your thumbnail. Congrats on the wedding, my friend. He just got married this past Sunday, actually.
Tale of the Pape. Thanks, man. It's just a nice thumbnail. Been trying to up the game and learn a little bit more, so creating engaging content that we all can get behind and click on and get freaking fired up here. So, all right, we've got Queen Jack versus Ace 4, which is nothing to get too hyped about, but Doug with overs and backdoor clubs. What a guy, Pape. His life has shifted quite a direction there. We'll hopefully get him back in the commentary straight here soon.
So we've got a bet and a call. Turn King of Spades. E-Man chose to float the flop with his gut shot. Doug gonna continue. Six or 700, something around there.
25. Come on, guys.
Much love back to you, Pape. Here it is. I would be shocked if E-Man went one more straight with this, but maybe the Ace of Spades in hand, he's thinking about doing something crazy. Confirm. Is Aaron wearing a V-neck too right now?
Confirmed.
Did you even have to ask?
That makes up 90% of my wardrobe. It's V-necks.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I'm like black t-shirts. Trying to think of mostly what my wardrobe is. It's not expanded much, and maybe that's what I'm gonna have to start doing in the future to try to gussy myself up a little bit.
Yeah, for me it's V-necks and then tank tops for working out. And what more could a guy need? I don't know. So we've got the live 20 on so far. Sammy gonna raise it up to 60. King 5 of spades. Some folds coming through. Doug, Queen Jack of diamonds gonna continue, and Jeff 5-3 of hearts looks to get in there.
So it's
I forgot what his name is.
Sean Deeb.
There we go.
All right, wow, we've got a pair and a flush draw here for Jeff, and not much happening for Doug, but
Yeah, pair for Sammy as well. Turn Jack for Doug. One of the few good cards for him. So he now has top pair. Jeff and Sammy both have a 5, but Jeff has a flush draw to go with it. He continues again. River 6 of hearts. Gets there. Check. Did he just check back?
I think so.
Alright. I guess he's giving Doug a lot of respect there.
Sorry, we had a tweet from Haley Hochstetler as part of a WSOP photo team. It's a great tweet. It says, look around the WSOP Ladies Championship event. Some very nice photos. First of Jamie Kerstetter, then of Maria Ho, or excuse me, Kristen Arnett, Lynn, and then the fourth picture is a picture of Sean Deeb. So not a audio joke there as much as you have to actually check out the tweet. Maybe I'll just link it here because I think I can do that because it is a fantastic tweet. Yeah, if you don't remember, that was Sean D basically like when he dressed in drag to play the women's event because he got all like, hey, why is it women only? Like, what, you know. There's always a guy. There's always one guy that wants to make that point for just let people have fun.
I think now it's a 10x the buy-in if you're not a. I don't know how.
I wonder, if they decided to.
I'm pretty sure it's women is 1,000, and then if you're not a woman, you're right, it's 10,000. I don't know how that is identified with gender identities, but that is what I believe.
Yeah, it's too complicated a discussion to speak fairly honest to dudes. It's just, it's just one of those things. You're like, there's just always somebody that just ruins fun. You know, just.
He really wants to play that tournament.
I mean, it's. I'm sure it's fun. All right, we got a set here for Rhonda. So she was a victim to J1 with the over pair versus a flop set for J1. And now this here on a rainbow board is going to take the same path as just going to call. Now we're going to vote here for Rhonda. No idea what J1 has. Maybe something's wrong with this sheet. And the 9 of hearts, so Rhonda looking.
6-7 gets there. Diamonds miss. J1 had checked back the turn. He has an overpair. He's just gonna side call. Looks like he's going to give it up. So he is holding Rhonda's money hostage.
Yeah.
And she will have to come back for it with a better hand.
Try better next time.
Yeah.
So again, we have our free roll on Thursday, $1,500 going to be added to the prize pool. It starts at 7 o'clock. We had over 3,000 of the prize pool last week. Maybe I'll play it. I don't know. We'll see how this week goes, but appreciate you guys being here for us. Keep showing the love. Again, hit like, hit subscribe. Fire up that algo for us so people get out there and know that this is the place to be. All right, we've got the 80 put on here now. So Rhonda going to call with pocket sixes. Let's get some action here. Let's go.
Yeah, I think something's up with his reader.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just something on that particular scanner.
I think he has too many chips.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Sometimes you get the chips around the scanner that can. I think we've seen that with people that have like card protectors and they put chips on that for some reason can kind of mess with some of the cards. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but J1 seeing a limper onto the straddle going to attack, and Rhonda versus J1 yet again here, heads up.
I know, what is happening? What is happening? The Colts are wrecking Baltimore.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, we have hope now.
Ace 10 offsuit versus pocket sixes. 755 in the middle. King 10-8 all diamonds. Rhonda does not have a diamond, so J1 is way ahead to start out. Expect a small bet here or a check. He chooses to check. 4 of diamonds. So 4 to a flush out there.
Okay, look, right here.
Well,
right here.
his knee's down. His
Right
knee's
there.
down. Oh, it's out of his
I
hand.
think he
right
just
at the same
checked
time.
back. Yeah. And river is another diamond. I think if you're Ronda, you go for a bet here. Because Jalen, I don't think ever checks back a better diamond on turn
I say it's a
or
good
flop.
chance they.
I think Jalen's the one that's most capped to weak hands.
Yeah, because it's.
But it goes check, check. They chop it up. And it is an amicable parting until next time.
Yeah, we are cursed tonight, I guess.
And they let it play out. They didn't.
We're waiting for blood. As it looks like
Blow the whistle. Fucking play like that up. It's just dead.
there was Lamar Jackson potential fumble and then taken to the house by the Colts, but then going to be reviewed, and I think the knee might be down. So not much drama happening in that game. I gotta check what's happening on in baseball. That's we had like 3 games here, so Giants game just starting. It's still we're going to the 9th between the Rays and the Sox. Best of 5, game 4. So okay, I don't particularly love baseball on a day-to-day basis, but I do enjoy following during the postseason. I just can't do 162 games. It's just too much. But 5 and 7 game series, I can get a little bit more on board with stuff like that. All right, Esther not wanting to play the 10-9 under the gun off of the straddles being put on. So J-Wing gonna open here with ace-4 of clubs. Fox gonna call here with king-9 of spades.
We got E-Man in the first straddle. Gonna continue. Rhonda is in the... yes. Rhonda's gonna get out of the way. 3 ways, 865. Jack 4-6 two-tone. E-Man with top pair. J-Win with bottom pair. And Jeff with a backdoor flush draw and 1 over. Checks all the way through. Turn queen. So E-Man now has top 2. Jeff has a gutter ball. And J-Win still has those 5 outs. E-Man's gonna lead 300. After it checked through, I expect J-Win to fold with Jeff behind him, and Jeff with not much left to get out of the way as well. But when you're this deep and it's that small of a bet, I could see Jeff trying to get in there.
A slight gamble, but a fair price to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Is gonna brick out in the end. So
Yeah. So J-Win would have won if he stayed in. Jeff is now losing unless he can get E-Man to fold somehow. E-Man bets 1,000 into 1,500. And Jeff just gonna give it up.
all right, we'll pack it up and move to the next hand. Again, you can check out which games are spread here at Palm Social by clicking the Tempest Portal app. Got 125 PLO happening, also with a 1-3 match to stack. So I believe you can see that right there in the background currently being played. See my good friend David Pratt back there. The Pratomatic. Surprised he's not chat brewing. But, you got responsibilities in her hand. Rhonda was 6s yet again. You can see her chat proing in real time right now.
That was amazing class. Look at that.
part about that camera right there. Of course, this is on a 30-minute delay, so you're seeing. Rhonda was probably this one. She was looking for a shout out and also pointing out there was a Whataburger in her what was in her Whataburger cup. So nothing too controversial. Foxer going to raise up here to 150. You're going to call with pocket fours, and we're looking for action there.
9-3-3, 2 hearts. Jeff with a lot of nothing. Pierre and Rhonda with pairs. Rhonda with the best of it currently. Jeff gonna continue for 200. Pierre laying his stacks out.
I was gonna say I don't ever see that way usually.
Yeah, that's new to me as well, but I am all for creativity. So Jeff gonna fire again. 885 in the middle. He bets 250. And I expect Pierre to call at least one more. And he does. 1.4K going to river. And it is another 3. And I think that is one of the few rivers that Pierre will find a third call on. Will Jeff barrel again? He does so. Looked like something around 400, maybe 300. Yep.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, Pierre's gotten to play against Jeff a little bit more as of late, so he knows the range of ways that he can potentially approach this. So it's going to be a pick off here, an ambitious attempt by Jeff, but that not French Pierre, Mr. Italian. Smooth call here on the end, and nice little pot here for him. Alright. So we got the high hand promotion happening here at Palm Social. Again, here throughout the month of October, daily no limit of PLO high hands. One for each game. There's a payout of $100 at 10 p.m. if you're still hanging around, and you've got the high hand of the day. Boom, that's $100 right there in your pocket. And go along with our quads promo, that if you do hit any quads and no limit hold'em, that is a free month on us, free monthly membership, or quad 8s or better, and pot limit Omaha. So, and you're like making quads all the time in PLO. That's pretty much like a given. You got all those cards. You can see Westgate map back there too.
Yes, sir. I talked to him on my way back here. Seems to be doing well.
I'd imagine nothing less.
Yeah. He's looking to get a seat on the stream if we ever get a bust, but it doesn't look like that is in the cards tonight.
Yeah.
So I expect him.
I don't even know if he's played on a Palm stream yet. I can't recall if he's gotten
Maybe at the tail end, but I don't know if he started one yet.
top pair for E-Man, and now turns a straight draw. Not much improvement for anybody else, so this small pot going to be shipped over there to E-Man. Okay, no. Jeff Fox going to call here with the second pair, 3-ball on the end, so I spoke a little too soon. Small pot there for E-Man, it takes it down. Alright, what else do we got going on in the universe? So we got 2-5 PLO on Wednesday. Still seeing if we're going to be putting a game together for Saturday night. Now I think like ACL done, not that big tournament series up in the other place. That okay, maybe we might have a bunch more players available to be able to mess around.
Back. Oh! Oh my God! Oh
Get
my
ourselves
God.
a Saturday night live stream.
Oh, he wanted it so bad.
Otherwise, we'll be back, I think, again for more 510 next Monday. Poor puppy.
No, actually, I think you're supposed to go. Because it makes it.
All right, we're gonna get an E7-5 flop. This is kind of the epitome of our night here. It's Queen 10 versus Queen 9, and there is no coordination with that board player at all. Diamond does turn, which again changes nothing. Here, I guess, with the gutter ball, that he will take the opportunity to just steal a small pot while technically still having the best hand. So
If you're more than 50%, you score on 2-point conversions. One raise, you should go for it. That's a raise, yeah, that's a 10.
I would have done it either way.
God, did you catch any of that thunder that powered through Austin last night?
I am a very deep sleeper, so I was fortunate enough to not. I heard a little bit as I was going to bed, but it was just a little bit of rain. How bad did it get?
I mean, I live not far from here, so by the time it got to like 12:30 midnight or 2, it was just boom. Like it felt like it was like right outside the window. I'm like I was just watching TV and it's still up for a while, so it was just. Yeah, I'm usually a very deep sleeper because I can't hear worth of shit, so like that that really helps me sleep through storms, but
Yeah.
good golly, it was rocking the house. We got a real hand up. We got Pierre with a couple of ladies. As Trey with Ace King, E-Man with my favorite hand, 10-8 of clubs, but after the 3-bet by Trey, is going to bring E-Man in position, so I believe we will probably see a 4-bet by Pierre.
Yeah, probably something around 1,000, maybe 1,100. If I had to take a guess. And he chooses 1,000. Trey with a bit of a decision now. I think Pierre would 4-bet a majority of hands that he continues with from this spot just because of the button's call. So Trey could think he is a little wider than normal, but putting in whatever amount a 5-bet is to fold to a jam would feel pretty poor. And he chooses the 5-bet, 2,700. I think slightly bigger than what I would have chosen, maybe like 23, that accomplishes a similar job. But Pierre now in the tank, 1.7 to call. Trey is playing around 9, and Pierre covers. Pierre finds the call. That will be 5.6, so around pot behind to try and get in over 3 streets. I don't think Pierre folds here almost ever, and I think jamming is probably a mistake. And he's going to choose to continue through a call. So yeah, 5.6. The effective stack is Trey at 6.2, who is in position. In a 5-bet pot, 3, 5, 7, 2 spades. Trey is the king of spades. I think from Trey's perspective, you're going to be betting range, generally for a very small size, something like 1,000. Choose 1,100, perfect. I love it. Pierre with no spade can raise here some percentage of the time and look to get in the money on all turns. Or he can choose to flat, which is the standard response, which he does. 7.8 behind. Turn 5. So no spade backdoor for Trey. Pierre checks. Trey now has to decide if he's going to triple off. He decides on the check back, trying to realize his equity. River 8. Here with a bit of a decision, I think you prefer to check and call, because I think you get called by worse very rarely, if ever. And just goes check, check. Pierre's going to win a showdown.
Trey tried, just couldn't quite bring Ace King home, and it is going to be Pierre profiting 4K in this and a 7.8K pot, one of our biggest of the night, and maybe that's just what we need to get this engine revving right now.
Very well played by both.
Oh, well done. A clinic on how to play each of those hands specifically towards that board. And I mean, I think there's every once in a while Trey can maybe blast off turn, but I think once he realizes he gets called there, it's probably not by a hand that's going to be pushed out very easily. So, well done on both sides.
Oh my God, touchdown. Wow.
And the live 20 is on. Pierre going back at it. Next hand, raising the Jack 9 of spades to 60. No hands off for him. Folding around.
See, you go for 2 here, 2 on the next one, and you're only down 3.
Esther looks like she has something. Ace Jack offsuit. Gonna get in there with a call. Jay win King Jack of diamonds. I expect a 3-bet out of him a decent amount of the time. Probably something like 250, maybe 300. And he's going to choose just to call, which allows Doug to get in there with the 5-4. You're now 4 ways, 240 in the middle, few suited hands, and Ace Jack, which is going to flop top pair and the best of it. Doug's got an open ender. Pierre has some backdoor possibilities.
Oh, you did it. You did it. You got it.
And it's going to check through on the flop. Turn it deuce. No improvements to anyone. Oh, I'm sorry. Doug had a pair, not an open ender. So
It kind of looked like one. But
yeah.
it's-
It was 5-6. So now he actually has a gut shot with his pair. Esther's going to lead out for pot. And it's going to fold through.
Esther picking up a winner. It's been a quiet night for her. Not too much in the way of being able to either make hands or have anything really playable. So good to see her pick up a winner. And to see that 1-3 match the stack game happening in the background. While also the Pop Limit Omaha game back in the corner there as well. You're watching 510 Uncapped here tonight on Live at the Palms at Palm Social in Austin, Texas. Appreciate you guys joining us. Make sure to hit the like, click, subscribe. I'm going to check on this puppy because I'm very worried about him.
It is popping off. Here we go. Full. We got the live 40 on. Folds to J1 in the small blind. Raised to 200. Jeff with pocket 10s in the first straddle. Just gonna call. 8-8-6 rainbow. Expect a C bet out of J1. I would actually like a raise out of Jeff with the 10s. He's gonna bet 200. He's a little big. And for that size, Jeff was just gonna make the call. Oh, I lied. I missed the pink. It's a raise to 600. I like it. J1's going to continue. You've got the turn queen. Check. I think Jeff can continue for, I think, around half pot. Checking back is also pretty reasonable. J1 can have some ace queen that floats. Maybe some king queen or queen jack with backdoors. J1's going to check. I think I would prefer a bet on river. Somewhere between 6 and 1,000 all seem appropriate. And he bets 500. He really wants a call. He's targeting the ace highs. J1 is probably indifferent. Holding a 5 means you're blocking 5-7, which is the rivered open ender. But a hand like 9-7, which was the other open ender, also revert a pair. So you don't feel great either way. I think it's a bit of a coin flip. If you think Jeff is going to go for it a little too often, you just call. And if not, you just get it out there. And Jaywin's going for the aggressive approach of raising. Raised to 1.5. Jeff snaps it off. The turn check back by Jeff really paid off for him. Got Jaywin to go for it. Oh, wait, did he? Oh, he fold? Okay, no, he called. Okay, sorry, it looked like he was pushing the pot over the other direction. My apologies. Jeff made the call. Won it. And an ambitious play by Jaywin. I love the aggression. Haven't seen as much of it as I would like tonight. But in those spots, sometimes you just gotta go for it. The only way you're gonna win. And we are back at it. Got the live 20 from Pierre. And the live 40 from Trey. Rhonda's got pocket 10s in the hijack. Expect a raise to come in. Her limps have mainly come in from early position. So, expect her being later is going to make her want to raise. Jaywin with ace king. Him and Rhonda have been going at it all night. And this is going to continue. It's going to be 3-betting to 475. I like the size. Folding around back to Rhonda. 10s versus ace king. I think it's going to be a clear call. And it is. 1,000 in the middle already. Jaywin in position as the aggressor. Heads up, king 6 deuce. Rhonda is already drawing dead because there are no more 10s in the deck.
Breaking news, there is a dog outside and it is awesome. I just wanted to check out and make sure it was okay. It's just all excited, so. Never fear, folks. Dog is being loved. Alright, we've got Jaywin betting. You can presume Rhonda can take a straight here with this, at least. 2 is maybe a little bit more questionable, but at least 1 for sure here for our good friend Rhonda.
He might have had something. He probably like had ace queen, picked up the diamond draw, and was like, well, it's time to blast this shit off. Some bullshit like that. Some bullshit like that. He didn't have a king. He had in peace. I will find out soon.
Does Rhonda still thinking and is going to make the call? 8-ball does not change up any of this story as Jaywin now searching for 2 streets of value and maybe he might get it.
Exactly. That's a big thing. Sometimes even if I feel like I have the best hand, like damn.
Yeah, expect another small bet. Something around 500, maybe 6. Your actual plan in the spot is to try and get 3 streets. And if they have a hand like 10s, you're targeting them to go call, fold. And he does just that, but she folds too early. But I like the size. Good game plan from Jaywin.
We also got 2 runners in scoring position here in this baseball game between the Boston Red Sox. And Sox can win the series and go to the ALCS. They get one run across home plate. Ryerson ripped. It's going into the wall. It's going to be a tag up, and there comes the run to home. The Sox have done the impossible. They're going solid. We're going to the championship series. Sorry, that's my Boston accent, guys. We're going to lose like half our audience. So the underdog Sox here, they lost. They had like a The Rays won the division by at least about 10 games. Won the wild card against the Yankees. Weren't particularly Boston's best team here, but found a way to win this best-of-5 series and take on either the Astros or White Sox. So they had a game on Sunday that went 13 innings, so they had to earn it. All right, we've got the 20 straddle and a couple of limpers. Doug decided to raise with ace X.
Are you serious?
I don't know if it's the street.
Fox also going to make the call out of the small blind, and we are going super multi-way here. 5 different players. Going to go here to our flop. 9-9 Jack, unless Rhonda's got some 9X or Jack X in there. Maybe Doug tries to take a stab at this, but it's tough to try to fire into 4 players there.
Oh, maybe he was originally on the Monday lineup.
Turn 7 of clubs. E-Man turns a flush with a gutter ball to a straight flush if he's behind somehow. He's gonna bet 120 to 405. Good sizing, I like that. Small. Keep worse hands in after a lot of people showed minimal interest. Rhonda's got something she's gonna continue, and I expect it to fold through. To the river we go. Deuce of diamonds. Never changed a thing.
Who was the dealer?
We heard you on the sketch screen.
And E-Man's gonna bet, I expect like 400. That seems like a good size, 3 to 4. Goes for 325. I don't know what Rhonda has, but she's going to make the call. I expect flush to be good, and she mucks. Nice hand from E-Man, taking it down with the flush.
Yeah, good one here for him. Alright, let's turn it back here to the football game. See if there's anything happening. Just take a breather, please.
Oh, no, it's because we had it. It was going in the background for a minute.
Yeah, my name is Mike Youngblood here. You can follow me at HoopsMike on Instagram and Twitter. Follow us at Palms Social 512 on Instagram. We've got our free roll happening here on Thursday. A $1,500 going to be added to the prize pool. That's not a guarantee. That's just literally what we're throwing on in. So, for a chance to win some free money. And we do that at 7 o'clock on Thursdays here at Palm Social. All right. Aces alert here for Jeff. Let's see if he gets any action. Trey's going to call out of the small blind. And E-Man with the suited Jack 5. He's already put 40 in for the double straddle. Can imagine now that, okay, I've already committed 40 to this. Maybe I can get a little lucky here. And gonna come out 8-7 deuce with 2 spades. No player with a spade in hand. No real draws for E-Man or Trey. And I'm afraid we're not going to have too much to go along with this. So let's show the aces. And I actually do have some legitimate hands buried in here every now and again.
No, it's called breaking point. Very independent news source. They used to be at the Hill, but then they branched out. And then they have their own thing. Yeah. They have their own thing now. Who's the people on breaking point? I don't remember the names. They used to be the main two that were at the Hill. It's like
Yeah, no, the
female and an Indian guy. And
Yeah.
the girl.
Oh, what's the story here?
Been a pretty consistent $20 straddle here for most of the night, and
Yeah, breaking points.
Rhonda seemingly has pairs every single time she's under the gun. Sixes a couple of times, the threes.
They got tired of their own, they got tired of it or something, like, or
They say they were like,
Fox and raise, Pierre going to 3-bet shortly.
yeah, we don't influence from like higher ups. That was the whole point of the hill.
what they got taken over.
Maybe Rhonda decides to come along here knowing that Pierre doesn't necessarily have to have a premium hand in the spot with Fox opening, so see if that induces anybody else to come along here. As
The thing with them is like one is like a liberal, the other one is a conservative.
disciplined Doug making the fold, and it's going to be 185 to go multi-way with ace 3 of hearts. So, all right, let's do some three-way action.
That way they keep it unbiased.
Which show were you referring to? I'm sorry.
It's like a news source. It's like called breaking.
It's going to be a flop set here for Rhonda. Bottom pair for Fox. Some backdoor clubs for Pierre.
Yeah, there's not many news that are like
No, it's
interesting.
like, do you
He'll put on the C-bet after the pre-flop 3-bet. He's laying out 300. Rhonda with a quick call, and maybe Fox thinking his ace is live. He is going to turn a 6 of spades. I'm not sure why it's reading the deuce of diamonds, but
Dude,
I
he's
get mine
crazy.
with the boys.
But he was right about so many things that was kind of scary.
No, if it wasn't for the school shoot,
Rhonda leads out now here. We
Yeah, he's an idiot.
a bet of 800, and I think this should just fold out.
you know?
He carried that so
Again, this is the 6 of spades on the turn, not the deuce of diamonds, but the 6 of spades. Does
Hey, sometimes you just get to drinking too much whiskey and doing too much cocaine, and you know those viewers are up. Just get fired up. I think Alex Jones is an alright guy. Have you seen him on Joe Rogan?
that is going to go full fold here for this bunch.
Have you seen him on Joe Rogan? Which one?
We Eddie Bravo.
Now there is a liquor bottle there that has remained untapped. As
The ones that Eddie Bravo is hilarious.
Yeah.
I keep wondering whose it is and what moment it's going to be coming out for, but
They got been around for decades.
yeah, and we have servers here that can help you get what you need. Drinks. We are the only room in town that gives you that level of service here at Palm Social.
So, two things that you were saying, Pierre, earlier.
I can even for a soda, a beer,
You were talking about the Dave Chappelle thing.
mixed drink. We can help you out here.
We were watching Dave Chappelle last
Yeah.
night.
Invite you to join us here in the chat. Leave us a comment if you're watching on the archive.
Facebook today, and there's Tyrone Biggums t-shirt.
And as always, hit that like button for us. It's been a while since we've gone to the soundboard. It's time.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
I was playing with this guy one time, and I played with him a lot, and he thought it was just like a conspiracy thing that they actually advertise the shit that you look for, and I was like, oh, let's try this. Just talk about bicycles for like an hour or 2 hours. Just say the word bicycle a bunch of times. Within like by the end of the session, on my Instagram there were like helmets advertised, and I showed it. Yeah, I showed it to him, and he was like mind blown. It's like it's old.
So we got a 3-bet by Trey here on the button, and Doug, Sammy, and Jeff going to be in this 4 different directions.
My Instagram, my Facebook, everything was like, get this wedding gift for your partner. Get this. What's up?
Middle pair now here for Doug is
Today, now I'm getting like wedding lingerie for your wedding.
Yeah, yeah.
going to come out here 10s and 8s now for Doug. The straight draw here for Sammy, and not much else happening for anybody else. As Sammy's going to at least try to lead at it, and
I turned the. If you go on your iPhone, you can turn the microphone on. I don't know if it helps.
it is going to be a raise by Doug that just goes ahead and sweeps it. So No, we got Aaron McKinnis back here in the house. Take a little breather. Think probably going for at least another hour, I would think, and wrap it up. It looks like Ravens coming back into this one. Down 25-15, going for 2. Try to at least make it a 1-possession game. We'll still looking for just the bloodiest hand of the night. We've gotten close, but nobody has had to really sacrifice much of their stack here or had to put a ton of chips in play. You know, their standard ace king versus queen's hand. Maybe we'll get something cooking here with trade 3 betting up to 200. So we are going to go 4 ways, king, queen, 4-3 suited. The J1 duck here with king, jack. E-man also coming along out of the small blind with king 10. And as a lot of this night has gone a bricky flop, 8-7 deuce misses just about everybody. Trey going to call after Fox leads at this. Fox in late position, able to just 3 to a straight flush. Maybe he figures it gets a good backdoor. That slightly improves him, but after a call by Trey, it is not going to slow him down. So this might actually work effectively.
All right then. Aggression pays. It worked.
It did. Random acts of aggression.
Only on the poker table. Don't use that as your life goal. Or your life plan.
Right.
Yeah.
It is, you know, you got to be able to mix in a little curveball every once in a while. That's. But trying to do that consistently is going to put yourself in some trouble in some really tricky spots. But this isn't a table that isn't playing tight by any stretch. I think we've seen a wide range of hands getting in. It's just not been so many boards that anybody's been able to go berserk on. So.
We got Sammy raising up ace 7 to 150 over Jeff's limp in the 5-10-20. We got Jay win the straddle folds and Jeff gonna come along. 335 heads up, Sammy in position and the betting lead. 10-6-3 with 2 spades. No spades from the group and Jeff has middle pair. Goes check check, turn 9. Both turn gut shots. Jeff bets 200, Sammy calls. And river 7, Jeff hits his straight. Front door flush completes. He's gonna bet 200. And Sammy gonna pay it off. And Jeff with the straight on the river picks the right size to get the call. Well played, sir.
Very well done. It's a nice lineup tonight here at Palm Social. We shall continue again here, probably either somewhere between a half hour to an hour left here in the program.
What a yummy run out, huh? What a yummy run out.
I know. Kept getting better. This is the thing. Every single problem is like, there's no like invested draws.
No, no, it's opinion. Opinion. Only opinion.
Exactly. It's not like throwing like balls or just ask tough questions. Like it's about like what gets me the clicks, what gets me the most views.
All right, Rhonda yet again with her 1,000th pocket pair here this evening. Literally, I think everything from 3s to 7s. She's well, I don't think she's had pocket 5s yet, but
She did 6s at least 3 times. That's all.
yeah.
That's what I remember. Got the live 40 on this hand. We got a limp 2 completes from the blinds and a check from Jeff. 4 ways, 165 in the middle. Ace of Jack 10. Exactly what you're looking for in a limp pot. And this will probably get checked through, except Rhonda decides to bet as the in position player. Jeff gonna make the call. Turn 4. Rhonda bets again. 250 into 415, and Jeff going to make the laydown. So Rhonda's going to take that one down. A nice addition to her stack.
I'm like, okay, I'm not getting that value of last act.
Good for her. Does had a rough go of it the last time I was streaming 510. That the great Scotland was playing in that game, throwing a bunch of chips around. So we had a ton of action on that. Again, check out all of our archives here on Live at the Palms. Appreciate y'all staying here with us. Hit the like, click, subscribe. And we stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. So check out some of the 2-5 PLO action we'll be having here Wednesday evening. Games have been absolutely sick and wild, and imagine that Wednesday will be no different. So here we go. 3-bet now by Trey after just a 20 raise by Fox, and I think Trey just like, let's up the action here a little bit. Let's get a little bit more money in.
All of Trey's deuces are gone, so there will be no sets for him. King 3-5, 2 spades. E-man with an open ender. And Rhonda with top pair. She bets 150. And I expect it to fold all the way to E-man. You should be the only continue. Can raise sometimes. I probably prefer just to call. You can maybe check raise on some turn diamonds. It is the turn 9 of hearts. 555 in the pot. She bets 2 1/4 after getting checked to. And if E-man's gonna try and tell a story, I think this is a reasonable hand to go off with. He's gonna choose just to call and see what develops on the river. 8 of clubs changes nothing except for the backdoor 6-7. Check, check, and Rhonda will win at showdown.
Yeah, a little heat up here now for Rhonda.
Yeah.
A couple of pots not being shipped in her direction. As continue our Monday night 510 no limit edition at Palm Social. Mike Gimblett, Aaron McKinnis joining you here deep within the bowels of Palm Social, hidden, sequestered away. We are on a 30-minute delay. And hey, we've got a functional, actual, good live stream. So that's a step in the right direction. Not too much on the side of hiccups here tonight. So. Next hand, we got the 40 straddle on here with Trey.
E-Man's going to raise it up to 150 with sixes. J1 with his mystery hand on the button, going to make the call. Jeff with king queen of spades in the big blind has a couple options. I think he's going to elect to call. Ooh, he does take the 3-bet option to 400. A little smaller than I would have liked, considering how large the open was. Pierre with king 10 of diamonds going to make the discipline laydown. I think due to Jeff's size, E-Man is now allowed in, and J1 will probably fold, but having the button and getting this good of a price, I could see him getting in there, which he does.
Action, action, action we go. Was
6, 7, 9, bottom set for E-Man.
record number of sets here tonight for us on the show.
Yes, sir. And J-Win with a gut shot. Jeff, as the pre-flop aggressor, has nothing going for him. He checks. E-Man's betting out 400 into 1.3. Think that's good. I think slightly bigger also works. But I can't get mad at small sizes in multi-way situations.
You can't. You're not allowed to.
Yeah, it's illegal.
You're not allowed to be angry.
Yeah, it's illegal.
It's just frowned upon.
Yeah. Goes fold, fold. Oh, check raise. I apologize.
Oh, wow.
Jeff getting after it. Raised to 1.2.
I wonder if E-Man decides he wants to trap here.
Yeah, I think you just call. Yeah, he's chilling. Because the hands that he thinks would do this are probably overpairs.
So it is we have diamonds on turn. Looks like we have the bird card picked up at 10. So again, it is not a 10 of hearts. It is a 3 of diamonds. We'll go check, jack, and flush gets there, and then the ace on the river by Barry Greenstein. Maybe becomes a bluffing card here for Jeff. That will not work successfully, but he will try.
.7 in the middle. Jeff goes for what looked like 1.3. And I think E-Man just going to side call it off and be shown the good news.
He was able to pick off Fox here earlier. Had tripped kings, and Fox really had another really well, I guess kings and fives, and try to make a big move on him. So let's try to figure out, is this the case here? Did the flush get there? Did he check? And fortunately, Jeff's reputation going to behoove him here, as the old SETI going to be good for all the chips here for 6.5K, and ambitious attempt though by Fox. And at least put some pressure on there to E-Man, that he had to kind of think about it. But the way this game has flowed, it is going to be awfully difficult to fold the set even with that board.
I think if Jeff wanted that to work, he had to go bet on turn river, checking and then trying to bet on river. Makes it difficult to have a believable story. If you've got a good hand, you're going to try and get all the money in by river, and when you check back turn, you're less likely to have those good hands.
So we carry on here live at the Palms, here at Palms Social. Mike Kimball with Aaron McKinnis. Pretty steady action here for the most part. Oh wait, did we get a blocked field goal? Wow, we got a blocked field goal in the Ravens game. This guy just basically slams through the line of scrimmage and pop. So Ravens still got a shot here tonight. They were down and not out and looking pretty awful here for the most part, but may have a chance to tie it here in the last 4.5 minutes. So good luck to all those who are sweating bets right now. As Alrighty, let's do the next hand. And I think we've kind of stayed away from bomb pots because I think they have sort of messed up our system when we've changed from Omaha to back to Hold'em. For some reason, that has been kind of, I think, it's also been kind of a cause of our system kind of bugging out a little bit here and there. So mostly have stayed in the Hold'em streets, which I think is fine. Alright.
Whenever the update comes in for double boards, though, you will have to get that figured out.
Yeah, I am looking forward to that though. 'Cause if you were, I mean, if there was, because I just don't know how it's going to be able to calculate with two boards involved. I heard there was some sort of stream in Australia.
The WSOP is doing it right now with like high-low.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you have like split equities for the high and the low.
Uh-huh.
On some side games, yeah. I don't know what program they're using, obviously, but
Yeah,
I saw them accommodating that, so it's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you would think. It's just, you know, I think when it comes to technology like this, there's only just so much you're kind of limited by, and you know, I think once you started to develop it, there was not really a lot of two-board stuff. So, all right, top pair here for E-Man, middle pair for Trey, nothing for Fox.
And Trey was the aggressor pre. He's gonna continue for 250. I think E-Man with a pretty clear call, which he does. And I've been wrong on a lot of Jeff's decisions, so I'm just gonna let him do that for himself.
Yeah.
He chooses to fold. Turn 5, Trey now with a flush draw to go with his middle pair. Think you can do either option. And he's gonna go for the full pot bet of 1100. I don't think this hand wants to do that, because you have showdown versus hands, and if you're gonna triple, you can just go smaller bet to blast river, because hands like the King of Diamonds are still in range, and it's gonna work. E-Man's gonna lay it down. So what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, I presume it's a fair amount, so don't kick yourself too hard.
Oh yeah, that's I don't know. Nice hand, Trey. It worked.
Everything is backwards land here tonight. Everything is up is down, down is up.
There's no bomb pots on a Texas stream, so I agree.
Yeah. It's just unthinkable, but baby steps here, baby steps, and help us continue to grow. Hit like, click subscribe. Once we get over 1,000 subscribers, it really opens up a lot more doors for us to be able to effectively market, grow, and develop this channel. But the first 1,000 is the hardest, and then, you know, the next million after that is going to be pretty easy. So, all kidding aside, So Houston with a chance to win the series tomorrow. I think that game's going to start at 1. Got Giants Dodgers for the go-ahead. Braves have a chance to win it tomorrow. Not very often you get daytime sports, but baseball season giving us that opportunity here. So. Alright, we have got four-way action. Top pair here for Fox. Straight draw for Doug. Some backdoor diamond potential for both. Fox will bet his hand, so I imagine we will get down here to heads up. big card here. Turns a diamond flush draw. Straight now for Doug, but Fox still has plenty of life that he can draw to, and Doug presumably will put in a raise here, up to 300, and gets snapped. Let's go heads up here to the riv. Oh, it's a diamond. Cooler alert. Diamond flush over diamond flush. Doug with the queen high diamonds. Jeff with king high. And this could get very expensive here for Doug.
He bets full pot 900. And Jeff raises to an amount. Okay, 2,000. So I guess a min raise. And Doug calls rather quickly and is shown the bad news.
Takes it in stride though. Taps the table in a nice hand, and I don't think there's any way you really can get away from that in that moment. It's just you just accept the cooler. So we'll continue here live with the poems. Hit like and subscribe. Thank you for everybody who's tuned into the chat. Leave us a comment if you are watching on the archive. Streaming here on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays.
Some, but not too many. Yeah.
And we hope to continue to build, baby, build those. Appreciate all your feedback and continue to try to find the things that you've come to know and love from Texas Poker Streams. Okay, next hand, boys and girls.
I knew what he did. He did exactly what I thought he did. Yeah, he had a pair and he turned a flush draw. He didn't have it. Yeah. Oh, I know that. I saw it. I was like, which hand are they talking about? Yeah. I said, I had a 10 and he turned the flush draw.
See our boy J1 here. Follow him at J1Poker on Instagram. Soon to be putting some vlog content out there. I know Caitlin also saying the same. I would actually have to play poker to vlog about it, so one channel's enough for me.
You can vlog about the life of a commentator.
Yeah. What's up? It's your boy Mikey, and I'm about to go do this high school football game. Coach didn't want to give me a roster before, so I'm scrambling. That's basically how intriguing would be. We've got E-Man here with Ace Queen, and most likely putting in a raise.
Makes it rather large, 270, 265, and expected to fall through unless someone wants to get frisky, which Mr. Jeff does, and Sammy looks to come along as well. We are now three ways, 835 in the middle. E-Man with the pre-flop lead, flops top pair on Ace Jack 5 Rainbow. Jeff with bottom pair, and Sammy with some backdoor opportunities, but nothing substantial. And E-Man going to continue. Looks very small, 175 I believe. And that gives Jeff a decent price to continue. Sammy being out of position is going to lay it down. Turn deuce of diamonds. Changes nothing. Expect E-Man to go for a little bit bigger of a bet here. Maybe something upwards of 700 or 800. But he has historically gone rather small in the spot, so I'm curious as to see what he does. He chooses a little bit of a middle ground, 600, half pot, and Jeff is going to lay it down.
It's nothing too spicy here, but it looks like we got a tie football game with about a minute to play, maybe even less. And I imagine maybe we've got at least a half hour to an hour left to go here in our program. So
56, okay.
all right. So also that 1-3 matcha stack happened in the game right there beyond, and also a 2-5 PLO game going.
No, not last week. Last time I played.
Oh!
We got the live 40. Doug going to limp in early position. Jeff gonna raise to 100. Pierre with ace queen. And I expect him to be putting in a raise. Looks like 350. And Trey, a7 of hearts, forced to lay it down. And folding around. E-Man looks like he's thinking about it. And he's gonna put in the call. Rhonda gets out the way with queen 5. Esther has jack 8. She mucks it. J1 folds. And back on Doug, who is the first limper. He's gonna fold as well. And Jeff gonna get in there. 3 ways and a 3-bet pot. 1.2 in the middle. King, king 3 with 2 spades.
Maybe no. Okay, I was gonna say Pierre is the one that's the last act. So
Yeah, and has a betting lead, so I expect to see bet here. So then around 400. And he does just that. E-Man with some backdoor straight opportunities. And he's going to let it go. And I expect... We'll see what Jeff decides to do. He decides to fold as well.
about what you'd expect here. So, excuse me. Does again hit like, hit subscribe if you've already done so yet. Thank you. If you've not, please help us out. Appreciate all the support here as continue to grow Palm Social and hopefully more exciting stuff here in the future. Still kind of working out some of the bugs and trying to perfect and really shape this for the future. So
But they give you comps, right? I don't know.
Not anymore.
every step counts here along the way.
Oh yeah.
Now it's 0.
Oh no. They used to pump everything.
Yeah. Then I even question the hustle still has to.
Is that a triple shot?
No, it's straddle and it lows.
Got 2 limps. We got the 5, 10, 20 straddle. Trey gonna raise it up to 150. 5, 6 of clubs. E-man on the button. Ace 8 of diamonds. Expect him to get in there.
Never have to leave. Yeah. Was the rate 7 plus
Use it to
5
continue with your call.
2, and then 1020 was 12 and a half.
Round of folds. Over to Esther, King Jack. She's gonna let it go as well.
But they made us pay the same rate as 25.50 PLO.
Doug calling the 130 more with 5-3 and King 8 from Jeff. So 4 ways, 635 in the middle.
That was a fun game.
Queen 7-4 rainbow. Trey with the open ender. Doug has a gut shot. Jeff and E-man have high cards respectively. Trey was going to continue the aggression from pre-flop, and it will most likely take it down on the flop. Alright, Doug has had enough. He puts in the raise to what looks like 1200, sorry.
No, Doug probably a little frustrated. Went flush over flush earlier, so might be just in the mood to go and attack something.
Puts Train a bit of a tough spot because he can call flop, but the turn gets awkward if Doug jams. I think you are supposed to never fold here though, especially when you can turn clubs as well.
Yeah, rainbow board.
And unbeknownst to him, he has the best hand, but he does end up giving it away. Doug's random acts of aggression took it down.
Oh, a little surprised there. Thought trade might get, but he might just be looking at Doug's stack, realizing that I don't know if kind of that scenario could unveil itself there that he might brick a turn and all of a sudden he's not. He's gonna have to call like one more straight to a jam. He would actually have had technically the best hand, but
yes, he was ahead on the flop with 6 high.
Dominic says that dealer's named Jojo, and it's like, damn, that's what's up. I haven't seen him in years. Just a deal for me 10 years ago. Well, that's the kind of experience we have here at Palms.
What?
Folks that have been around the block for quite a while.
So this guy only does
3-1, 47 yards. Oh, 47?
So we are about to the half-hour mark before we wrap things up. So we got about a half hour more to go, and then we will call it a night here from Palm Social. John Gruden's secret emails. Wow, what a crazy Monday. Wow, that account didn't take too long.
Right on time.
I imagine that would be an account. I would follow that account. I would subscribe to that account. Is that the John Gruden papers? A real Gruden grinder, man. All right, 47-yarder here for the win for the Indianapolis Colts. Sammy and Doug also in a hand, and he missed it! God, this has been the weekend of missed kicks here.
Yeah, he got one blocked in the end of the fourth, and then missed his chance just now.
Dominic asking, what is the schedule there? I mean, for our live stream, it's Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. We will occasionally do another date in there just to accommodate some people. So that's why I advise you to hit subscribe. That way you know if we're doing something on a different date that you can at least be in the know on it. 'Cause I mean, otherwise, we're open here 11 until 4 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Closed for private events on Sunday. And it looks like we are going into overtime here for Baltimore and Indianapolis.
I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
I mean, I might give back all that profit I just got back here, but.
We got aces for the first time tonight from Pierre, raising to 60 over the $20 straddle. Sammy calling from +3 with ace-7. Jeff gonna make the call in the straddle. 3 ways, 195 in the middle. And we could get some action flops here with the ace of spades. This will not be one of them.
Nope.
10, 7, 8 rainbow. Aces are still best. Pierre checks it and it checks through. Turn jack of spades. So Jeff now has a flush draw. Checks to Sammy, bets 75. Jeff calls and Pierre calls. Three ways to the river. And it is a river 6. Still a one-liner out there to a 9. And Pierre's aces will win at showdown.
There you go. Not the most pleasant board with aces to look out upon, and
It only got worse.
yeah, it just progressively got worse and more terrible, and I think he feels fortunate just to be able to scoop that right down in there. So, again, you can check out some of the links in our description, palmsocialclub.com. Again, palmsocial512 on Instagram and Facebook. Back here for Wednesday's Pot Limit Omaha 2-5 edition. All right, what else do we got here? We got the $4 straddle being put out by Trey. Let's see if we can fight some action here.
I think you have to step away from the mic for that to happen,
Yeah,
my friend.
I'm going to just step away from the mic, and that'll be the only way we can get anything happening here. So. We've got Ronda raising. Here to 175 in the high shot. I would expect there to be a legitimate hand in there.
Agreed. Pierre in the first straddle, gonna fold 7-8. And Ronda takes it down.
Damn it. Here I was thinking we might have blood, we might have max pain, but the deck as cold as ever here tonight is... Well, what can you do? That is, we can't rig it. It'd be hilarious if somebody even tried, but not so much on our end.
So it did happen, and it wasn't very funny.
No, it was not a laughing matter. That not by the deck being set by any stretch
That's
of
fair.
imagination, but more of player interference. And you don't hear too much about that guy anymore. It's not. I mean, it's. I've not had anybody screaming for Mike Postle in our chat. I don't miss it at all. But
True.
has faded away to obscurity, apparently. I talked to somebody who knows him and speaks to him and says he's doing fine, I guess, but
That sucks.
I think, yeah, I know. I'm like, I was hoping he was miserable and just fucking hating life. And he's like, no, it's fine. And I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, right. It's not really what I wanted to hear, but alright.
Yeah.
At least some
You're
sort of
just like,
consequence.
his butt hurts all the time. He's developed scabies and gets pelted by eggs every day for some random reason. No, it's mostly a peaceful existence. So, all right, another brick flop here. Gutter ball for Trey.
Backdoor nut flush draw for Ronda. And 4s are best currently. Turn 7, Trey hits the straight. Ronda's now open-ended. So there's something. Trey's gonna be feeling pretty good. Puts out a bet. Looks around 2 1/4 into 250 into 650. Ronda's gonna fold. And I expected just to fold through. She was the only one that continued. I lied. Pierre's gonna call as the last to act. Keep Trey honest. And the river 6 of spades completes the front door flush. And I think Pierre is pretty handcuffed at the moment.
He always very solid and reliable, and Trey opting to check back on that river, which I think is reasonable. And
Yeah, because if Ronda stayed in, she actually would have won with the 10. So, good thing she folded. And he was getting 0 value from Pierre. I think it's a reasonable check back.
there's Victoria out there giving Sammy some wings. Mainstay here of the poker rooms in this area in the late night hour. I think he chose the sugar-free route. I think it's a slightly lighter. The sugar version will definitely get you amped up, but I have pretty much cut out sugar in any energy drink, and that's why I drink the most delicious of them all, C4. I've not got my official sponsorship, but I'm gonna keep hammering. So, all right, we've got the $80 triple straddle now by Rhonda. See if anybody picks up a hand here.
And then there would always be like 3 to 5, 5 10 on normal hour.
And we've got Doug in there calling the 10-7. Jeff on the button raising up to 250. Sammy's got 4-5 of hearts in the first straddle. Gonna get in there. E-Man making the discipline laydown in the 40, and Rhonda the king deuce of clubs in the 80. Getting a good price. Gonna get in there as well.
I know you don't hold it. I just don't think there's a chance or not.
Curious to see what Jeff has in this spot. Based on what I've seen everyone else have, it's probably just aces.
Ooh, action. You're pairing a flush draw from Rhonda. Gutter ball for Sammy. There. Okay, 3 deuce here for Jeff.
Alright, so it wasn't aces.
No, it was probably the furthest thing.
Almost the opposite, actually.
Yeah. They weren't even suited.
No. He's going to continue here for 700. Sammy gets out the way. I would like a call from Rhonda.
Doesn't matter, the stream is over.
Just because of the sizing versus smaller, I think you can raise sometimes.
Two boards. 2 boards, 4 cards. 2 boards, 2 cards.
Oh my God, they're about to score.
Get into.
Knocking out for that round. We're gonna call 700. We'll peel it off here to the turn. Come on, it's gonna be a 5 ball. So Jeff actually bringing a little more chance for equity here with the 4 ball. Also a chance maybe he can push Rhonda out of the hand if no club comes.
And Jack of spades on the river. Rhonda bricks out. Jeff checked back turn, so she has the opportunity to bluff at it. It is now Jeff's chance to bluff at it. He takes his opportunity to do so. He bets 700 into 2.5, so very small. But Rhonda does not feel like getting after it. It's a tough call when you have all the clubs in your hand, for sure. And Jeff's small size works out in this spot. Well done.
So we've got probably 15 to 20 more minutes left of hands here at Palm Social, live with Palms. Mike Evan, Aaron McKennis here. Trying to finish strong down the stretch. Hopefully find a little more action out those. $40 double straddle on. This certainly has been a table that has not been afraid to put some money out there. Just the poker gods have smitten this board on the felt of dreams. Angry at us for some reason. Not inviting actions. Maybe we'll find something here in the last portion of the show.
So what do we all agree on? Whoever's the aggressive person takes it down, or okay. Everybody agree?
Got a call from Doug in the hijack. Folds to Pierre on the button. Raises to 175 with ace 3. We got the live 40 double straddle. Trey with queen 10 of spades in the small blind, gonna call. Think you can 3-bet this some of the time, especially against Pierre. Is very capable. We'll have a decent amount of hands here. And Doug's going to call as well. 3 ways, 595 in the middle. Doug's flush draw is dominated by Trey. We got 8, 9, 6. So top pair, or sorry, 2 flush draws. Doug is open-ended, and Trey has a gut shot straight flush draw and 2 overs. Pierre's sitting pretty with ace high, and the best of it right now. Trey's actually going to lead for 400 into 1,000, or sorry, it was 6, and get called by Doug. So now 1.4 in the middle. Turn ace of diamonds. 2 flush draws available. Doug has 5,000 behind with 1.4.
Hey, wait, hold up.
in the middle. And Trey's gonna lead again. That's 1,000. Sorry, 900. And Doug going nowhere. 3.2 in the middle. Doug just has 4.1 behind.
I think we see E-Man trying to listen to the commentary there while he's got the phone up to his ear. I've never seen that one before, but...
And Trey is the best hand with queen high. Backdoor flush completes. Neither player improved. Check. I think Doug checked back and queen high is going to take it down.
That's not been Duck's night here tonight. He got coolered a little bit by flush over flush.
Scoop, baby.
Yeah, he had a really nice bluff on Trey, I thought, earlier in the stream, but has not quite been able to get a ton of momentum in this one.
Yeah, it's just kept going up.
No, we have Westlake waiting on the wait list if anybody busts out, but I don't think that's... The way this game has gone, that is not going to be the case.
Alright, that's my time. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, JoJo. You're a gentleman.
Alright, 20 straddle on. It's 5, 10, 20. Yeah, here I needed Lamar Jackson to not do anything tonight. Instead, he went for 440 something yards.
He had a career night, yeah.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, maybe he's got a chance. Like, nope, it is going to be nothing but pain. So there may not have been anything I could have done to optimize my lineup against that anyway. So now I don't feel so bad. I was destined to lose, no matter, even if I put my best possible lineup out there. And I know everybody wants to hear about my fantasy football team. Like, that's... But it is something that I was sweating in the hopes of. Ugh, good God. 51 fantasy points by Lamar and Jackson here tonight. Like, oh! This is the story of my fantasy season this year. Somebody has, like, the biggest week of their life. Alright, we got Fox here with a turn flush. Not much going on for anybody else, though, in this hand, though.
Yeah, 3.4 million with prize pool.
Alright, I am going to take just one little...
Now it is just me holding it down. Hopefully we'll get some decent action to keep this interesting. We've got no straddle on this hand. 5, 10, no limit hold'em. Trying to end out strong. Jay win with the king jack of clubs. Gonna open it up to 35. Doug with deuces is gonna continue. Jeff with king jack of hearts next to act. Gonna continue. 3 bets to 175. Seems to be once the straddles are off, sizes look a little better, so that's maybe an adjustment people could make if they're interested in that. Just because there's a straddle doesn't mean you size differently in terms of your relevance in blinds. Ronda's gonna continue. It's ace 10. E-Man called from the small. I think J1's hand can go either way between call and 4-bet.
Oh, come on. Let's go. Exactly. 300.
Plays reasonably well multi-way, but you would also prefer to not have to play any hand 5 ways. So I think you can do either. And he looks to be getting after it. Four bets to 1.1 thousand.
Yeah, I mean, you would hate it.
I think it's good. I think it's a little bigger than what I would normally do, but very strong. Welcome back, Mr. Mike. No, don't worry, the hand's still going, but we are in a 4-bet pot.
That's how long it took from the time I stepped out the back end, though. We've already gotten the 4-bet town.
Yeah,
So.
you're just the one that's cursing the stream. Good to know.
All right.
Ace, king, jack with 1 heart, 2 diamonds. Jeff with the only flush draw available, and it is the backdoor variety. J1 going to check. And Jeff checks back. Pretty standard. Turn jack. Guaranteed chop. Both players are feeling nice. I think you bet like 1,000 as J-Win. Like 1,100. He goes for 1.2. And I think as Jeff, you just get to call. He's choosing to raise to 3.5. I think as J-Win, you're just all in if you're going to continue. Because if you call, you've got 4 into 9 on river. And you'd rather just maximize his like ace 10 of diamonds if it's in there. And just make sure that hand is all in. Maybe like ace 5 of diamonds. I think fold and all in are the 2 options. Calling seems rather poor, especially out of position. But betting this hand to fold seems concerning.
Decision back here on J1 2.3 to call. We are destined for a chop unless this act of aggression here by Fox will get it through, and a ton of pressure being put on J1 now here in this moment. And I think this is a legitimate moment here for J1 to kind of go in the tank. Like, yeah, sometimes he takes a little heat. Some of it I don't always think is fair, but some of it I certainly understand. And this is a spot here as tricky as ever, specifically on this board and the type of player that he's up against.
I think J1's closer to folding than doing anything else. Yeah, there's still hands like Queen 10 that he loses to, hands like Jacks, 9s. Despite it being a 4-bet pot, I don't think you can discount many of those hands from Jeff.
Still in the tank here, as understandably so.
Looks to be putting chips in. It looks like only a call.
Yeah, so off here to the river.
Yeah, we now have 3.8 into 9.6 behind. And river queen feels pretty bad. Goes check, check.
J1 probably relieved to find out this hand's actually going to be a chop, because a disastrous river of all for both.
Insert you play that shit, and we both turn over your hand.
Snow Monkey of the chat. Fun fact, Mike Younglet's last goal in his AAA minors hockey career was into his own team's net. Defenders can make all the difference. You know, it's kind of weird. I had a dream that I was a competent rollerblader last night. I've never been able to rollerblade. I've never been able to skate. And for some reason, while I was in the deep recesses of a dream, I was out there like Gretzky, like Ovechkin, like just gliding around like a professional. So that's when I kind of woke up going like, God, why'd I have to wake up? That's a skill I don't have. But there's probably like a deeper joke in there, but I appreciate you stopping by here. Snow Monkey. It's actually one of our first ever chat pros that participated on our live stream. We had the opening weekend, and we'll divide this pot up in two and give these gentlemen their fair shake of it. So.
And in the meantime, Miss Esther stood up, had to head out, and Mr. Westlake Matt himself sat down for the last bit of the stream.
Yeah. We'll see maybe if he brings a little extra sizzle into this. Glad we were able to at least get him on, get a seat in. I know Bart Hansen wants to come play, so I'm hoping that we can get that lined up so he can probably appear on every live stream that's been in existence. I think that Bart would be the guy who has probably been on all of them at this point. I'm trying to think if there's any other individuals that have probably literally played every live stream that's out there. She has to count the California ones too.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely played on the bike a while ago.
David Pratt said, "Could you guys all hear me yelling, 'Don't fold' at my TV?" Oh, yeah. Pratt has got a voice that travels through time, space, and infinity, but I had to kind of ignore it and keep up my professionalism. Snow Monkey saying, "Youngblood is simply a great name for a hockey jersey. Never too late to follow your dreams." I'm one of those people that morally opposes the idea of putting your own name on a custom jersey unless somebody gives it to you or you're gifted by a team. I think it's not a good thing.
Alright, I think that just means you
Hot take.
You have to become a pro then. I think that's...
Yeah, I have done, I have to play for the Boston Bruins now. That's... And I first got to learn how to skate, then I got to learn how to fight, which I'm not good at either one of those.
Yeah, you don't even have to be a good skater if you can just be the...
Be the enforcer?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but those guys are all bigger than me. Crazy. But, you gotta have a warrior's mentality. Alright, there's gonna be a Queens and Sixes for Fox Sammy with bottom pair on this board.
And he snapped it off with the rivered bottom pair. Jeff takes it down. Winding down the stream, thinking about a few more hands.
I will know as soon as the deck changes if that is when that'd be the last one. So I imagine it's either going to be between now and 15 minutes or so. Got a message from producer Sonny about that, and also shout out Ash Track Q Williams. You guys have been working hard, try to get us going, and David Pratt, Youngblood is the second best hockey jersey name. The best of all time, of course, was, quote, Satan. Not Satan, but I think there was a guy that actually played for the Devils, too, which was the irony of it.
That's absurd.
Yeah. The Satan, that was a real hockey player. Miroslav Satan, so, like, he was from Slovakia. I guess maybe he didn't play for the Devils, but I thought... It looks like he played for a lot of teams, so he had to run with the Oilers, Sabres, Islanders, Penguins, and Bruins. So, yeah, Satan is everywhere. Snow Monkey said I would donate $7.77, but you guys apparently have your pride. I respect that. That's once we get to 1,000 subs, then we can start doing super chats. And
it has nothing to do with pride around here.
Yeah. Nothing. Absolutely zilch. You gotta meet certain requirements before YouTube opens up some ability to do stuff. So it's gonna take all the chat pros, but we're almost there. All right. Sammy had raised up to 80 off the $40 straddle. Everybody getting kind of a piece of it. Straight draw for Rhonda. Straight draw for Sammy, but Rhonda has the highest straight draw of all. Middle pair for Fox. Pair and a straight draw for Doug. So our prayers have been answered. A board that actually connects with players. Westgate hasn't even played a hand yet, and he's already acting as a catalyst here for the action. So nine ball here on the turn. So Rhonda has made a king high straight. It does put out 3 spades. Sammy also with a straight and Doug with 2 pair.
She's gonna bet 350 into about 1,000. And I don't know what Doug's gonna do. I think he may find a call, and then Sammy will have a bit of a decision.
All right.
Crazy bluff, bud. I haven't played a hand yet. I know. I'm bored. Yeah, I know. I had the ace queen and ace on the river. Not good.
And Doug's gonna make the discipline laydown. Sammy gonna make the quick call with the top half of the straight.
4 cards, I assume, right?
And river 10 pairs the board. Both players have to feel pretty
Kind of
rough.
gross.
Yeah.
Rhonda's still gonna bet though.
She bets very small, 500, gets snapped, and the thinnest of value bets got through.
Nice hand there for Rhonda.
Good sizing on the river. Not gonna get called if you bet much bigger by worse. Well played, ma'am.
Very nice hand. See one of our floors, Jeremy, off there in the background. We're still going strong on Monday night. You can always follow us on the Tempest Portal app or Palm Social 512. Mike Yemlin, Aaron McKinnis, producers Sonny and Q. David Pratt saying 4-1 on a 4-outer. Sadly, that's a full. Yeah, that's a tough one from Doug's perspective. It's just maybe if it's like an offsuit 8, maybe you take a chance, but Sammy just actually having to pay off the river bet there in that spot. So. Winding down the action here live at the Palms. Make sure to hit like and subscribe before the end of the show if you have not done so just yet.
Got the $80 straddle on. E-Man raising up to 350 from early position. Ace queen of diamonds. Folding a round. And he's going to take it down.
Not much happening with that one, so. And off we go. We've got the
Looks like
80 and the one. Oh, wow.
The 160. I know Matt is in for the 640 if it gets to him. That is up to Rhonda now for the 320.
No, I can't blame her. That starts to get a hefty price to toss in to have somebody try to attack you. So.
How sensible.
Yeah. And Rhonda's probably just going to pick up another pocket pair the way this night has gone. Oh, no, not quite.
Just a suited hand. And Matt sat down with 8,000. Gonna make the fold. Doug with a suited ace in the small blind. Should get after it. Power summon 400. Chooses 5.
Go again.
Jeff's gonna get in there with 7-4 of hearts. E-Man has 10-7 offsuit in the last straddle. And it is his time to join the party.
All right, let's do this. 3 ways to our flop king, Jack 5-5. All-rounder would have made trips, but you understand not playing 5-3 suited, nothing on in a 160 straddle. So Doug will get to attack, and I think this will just work out for him. Unless E-Man feels like he wants to be able to mess around with this on later streets, which is not out of the... I mean, this would be of the more wilder variety of things we've seen here tonight. Than,
Considering Doug has 1.7 behind, it seems a bit ambitious.
he's thinking about it, though. I don't think he's going to do it, but he's got that look in his eye like, can I mess with Doug here? Can I mess with him? Yeah, it's going to make the fool, presumably so it does. Alright.
Doug shows the bluff, trying to maintain his image moving forward.
It has been a nice night for us, and not any crazy action hands. We've had some good ones that'll be probably up on the highlight reel either tomorrow or Wednesday. Probably aiming for tomorrow. There'll be...
Oh, yeah.
David Pratt says Doug is generally awesome to play with. He's a pretty super good guy. Never get him too out of line. Yeah, he told me a story about when he was at the lodge and they made a really bad floor decision. And he was trying to be cool about it. And would have been a lot cooler than I would have been in that spot. Accidentally getting like a hand mock. But I mean, it was like they don't make them all like Doug. That's all I'm saying. Some guys get a lot more pissed about certain stuff. And
I mean, like a Kareem resume when it comes to holding. Yeah. You know, like every accolade. You know.
There's a difference between being like the best 15 years ago and how he is now, though.
On the 20 straddle, we got a couple of limpers. That's got to mean somebody. Two players are going to connect with the board, and we'll get some action to close this out potentially.
Unless Pierre rains on everyone's fun, makes it 275.
Yeah, that damn Pierre.
Sammy's getting in there.
Yeah, he definitely. And they like.
E-Man's thinking about it too, so he's not out. I guess he's only just raising the roof, I guess, of this party, right?
Trying to get the patented glow up.
I would lose my shit if he did the raise the roof here. That would be a very un-Pierre-like move.
Suck out equity with way more.
And he gets 4 callers. I think he got 1 fold. So now we're in a very large pot. 1.4k. 5 ways. With all red cards in the field. Queen, Jack, 4. Pierre with the best of it with second pair. Doug has the nut flush draw. Sammy has a worse flush draw. And Jeff has bottom pair and some backdoor straight opportunities. I think if Pierre bets, Doug may just jam. Sammy calls. So yeah, I think Doug can just go all in.
67 and then no limit hold'em 8 max. 58 and then no limit hold'em turbo deep stack.
Okay, he chooses not all in, but it is a raise. It looked like 2.2, leaving himself just over 2 behind. Okay, 2.3. Pierre will most likely find an unfortunate fold with the best of it. And if Sammy gets it in, he will be drawing close to dead outside of pairing his hand.
You're going to at least entertain the possibility of maybe continuing, but it's
not easy.
No.
Yeah, I know. That's when I saw that, I was like, oh, labor chopping in.
Feet open on blue. On one.
Biggest issue with Pierre's hand in this spot is even if you're right and you are up against a flush draw, they still have 35 to 40% equity against you.
Oh, hell yeah. When he was talking, I was like, yes, please. Yes, please.
Especially if they have the ace of hearts. Yeah, good fold.
I was like, dude, don't have trip nines or something. But I mean,
I think he was right that something did smell fishy, but with Sammy behind, he's...
Yeah, maybe if it sets up, with Sammy not active, he might at least take a straight.
Yeah, I agree. But having Sammy behind, Sammy could have a queen or a flush draw. Those are the two hands that he was most likely to have.
Yeah, especially the way I did it so fast.
No, and then when he lays so big and then you jam, he was in a place.
Oh, yeah.
Sammy not thinking here is...
I mean, Andy kind of fucked it up. Like, if he just, like, bat, scared.
And Sammy's going to make the laydown. Doug takes it down.
They're just going to run it out to see what could have carved we could have got. I think we get an 8 and a deuce. Either looks like an 8 or a 9 on that, on this. So Doug actually probably, if you look at it from a results-oriented point of view, may have been a... We may have been able to get that one through, so that is going to be our last hand of the night, folks. It ends with Doug being a winner. So we will sign off here from Palm Social. Mike Youngblood, Aaron McKenna. Special thank you to everybody around the room, our players, Sonny, Q. Aaron, thanks for joining me, man. We made it through start to finish, buddy.
Agreed. Thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much for watching live at the Palms. And come on out and play here at Palm Social. Good night, y'all.
No, he came back to flop. Oh wait, he checked raised flop. He checked raised flop. Yeah, I think he